Hopefully, I might be live right now. Yes, we are live. Hello, everybody. It's nice to see you all. My name is Dustin Cormier, and this is How to Rock Astrology. Nice to have some folks on here hanging out with me. It's been a little bit crazy today. We recently had a full moon in Capricorn, and it is showing me what's what. But that's okay. I got some good Saturn in me, and I'm ready to rock and roll. So thank you all so much for being here live today. Today is going to be another episode of our live stream series where we are going to be reading live from your chart. If you are, all the things today. Here we go. I like my little necklace. Today we'll be reading live from your chart. And as usual, this is going to be our cold stream series. So when we do these cold streams, we take your chart and we use it as our example chart for the moment. Anyway, let's see if we can get maybe 2 or 3 of these at least. It'd be nice to get a little bit more. I've been learning to be able to get as many of these sessions in as possible per video, which can be a little bit tricky, but I'm learning that it's good to get more people in here. The more people, the better. I don't want to sacrifice, though. I don't want to do it too much and then lose the whole purpose of us doing this. I want to get a good reading for each person. So, hello Rabhi, hello Jenny. Yeah, we got some of that Mercury Gatorade energy going on right now. Now, let me see. Hello Sasha de Frederico. Hello Taunus Rising, my dear. It's nice to see you. Now, Rabhi, you're asking me a question here. Would you be willing to list your nakshatra Ayanamsha on your website for the general public's knowledge on your About My Services page? Oh, that's a great idea, Robbie. That's a great idea. I should have my notebook with me. Robbie has been watching me for a long time, and Robbie has always given me little things to expand myself through. And I appreciate you for that, pal. My nakshatra Ayanamsha that I use is the same that Ernst Wilhelm uses. Robbie, if you're interested right now. Hola, Te. Hello, Maria Antonia Alvarez. Now, let me just quickly, let's just get a random chart up here. Let's get my own chart. So, Robbie, if you're interested, and for everybody watching, Ayanamsha has to do with how does the tropical chart line up with the sidereal nakshatras. The sidereal nakshatras are a Vedic thing, a Vedic phenomenon that I don't do enough with. Now, let's see. I'm going to go to chart screen. No. I'm going to go to calculation options. Different people line up the stars with the tropical zodiac in different ways, just based on some intense, deep calculations. Now, for Rabhi, I used Dhruva Galactic Center, middle of Mula. And in the nakshatra calculations, I used Dhruva Equatorial Longitude for nakshatra position. And I used short Abhijit, not the 28 nakshatras. I used tropical rashis with the above Ayanamsha for nakshatras. This generally is what Ernst Wilhelm's standard measurements are when he does a chart. So thank you, Robbie, for that question. Oh, you've got the old comments. All right, good. But Robbie, I think it's a good idea that I put that on my services page. So, thank you everybody for watching and hanging out with us here. My name is Dustin Cormier once again, and we're going to start digging into our reading today. Now, hopefully my audio is working and that it's going along with my video here. We are digging so these are cold readings, and before we get into these cold readings, I have a plan that I'd like to move through. Essentially, I've recently made a new ebook called Thread. Voila. I'm all backwards here. This is my new ebook that I've recently created, and I am now getting this book out here. The other day I was exploring your website. When I clicked the reading section, it was broken. All right. Thank you, Maria.com. All together while we're here. So this is my new website. Now, I've been using different I've been working on this thing quite a bit. So if anybody was going onto it, you might have found that one or two things might not have been working properly. But astrology is now working. Now I wonder if this is the button that got broken. Book now. I see what you mean, Maria, if this is what you're talking about. Now, Maria, if you're interested in a reading, you can always email me at astrology@dustincormier.com, or you can come down for this little contact form, and you can do the same thing that you would do by hitting book now on this button. And now I know that I got to fix this button. This is why we do this stuff, folks. So hopefully, Maria, that was what you were kind of referring to there. Now, on my website, anybody can now go on at any time, and I'm going to take this guy off for the moment. Anybody can go on my website anytime, see my services, check out what it's all about. We've got a difference between a full reading and what's called a cold reading. And then you can see all about my services on my services page. As well, as time comes along, you're going to be able to shop for books, and I've even got courses coming soon. Now, what is the main ideal thing here is for people to subscribe to my email list. When you hit subscribe, or just by going to dustincormier.com/subscribe, which you can see down here. If you go to subscribe, then you'll be able to go to this page, and then you'll subscribe with your email in here, and that will give you a chance today to get a reading. So for anybody who's interested in having a reading today, I'm looking for people to join my email list. And by doing so, you'll also get a chance. I'll give you an email, and you'll get a chance to read my new ebook. Let's see on this side. Voila. So if you want to check out my new ebook, now is your time to join my email list. I've just got to do one more thing, because my plan here today is to ensure that you are in my email list while we do the reading. And it's going to be people who have joined my email list. What you're going to want to do is you're going to show me your email along with your birth data today. Oh boy, all the things. So this might be just my classic fans for the moment. Anybody who has joined the email list is going to be able to get a reading. What you're going to want to do is you're going to put your email with your birth data when you are sending me your birth data. And if you put your email along with your birth data, I'll be able to see that you have put your email into my subscribers forms. So we're pulling it all together. Like I said, it's been a crazy day. Now I wonder if I can get these subscribers to go by. Yeah, Now we've got you guys. Awesome. That's exactly what I wanted. Okay, we're pulling it together. Are only members getting readings? Sign up for emails, but never get emails. So today, let's see. Only if you did join with the email registered. So Robbie, I've got your email in here. Now, Itzel, nice to see you. Now, Taunus, hey there, Itzel. So for everybody watching, what you're going to do is you want to go to dustincormier.com and you're going to go down to subscribe to my email list. You're going to click here, and then you'll see my little landing page. And here you're going to subscribe to this little email below, this little square here. You're going to click that you're not a robot. You type in your email, and that will send you to my my page where you can download my book, and then you're going to have your email in my list. And once I know that you're in my email list, then you'll be able to include your email in today's video for today's readings. Now I know Robbie's in here. Thank you, Taunus. So that is how we're doing it today, folks. So if anybody hasn't joined yet, you can just go to dustincormier.com/subscribe. Put your email in there, and then you will be officially joined to my list of emails. And once you're joined with my list of emails, then I'll be able to pick you from the list. It looks like I can see Maria. I think I saw Maria's email here somewhere. Yeah, M. Antonia Alvarez. So Maria, I can see, is in here. And you're on the list. I can see Robbie's in here. Good. Can you put up link? Let's see. Okay, that's a great idea. Thank you, Taunus Rising. So let's go HTTPS. Let's see if that works. Awesome, Taunus. I appreciate you asking me that. Itzel, Taunus Rising. You should be able to click. Yeah. So it looks like that's what we should be doing now. This is my first time doing this, and already Robbie's helped me. Taunus has given me some good thoughts here. Maria. So Taunus, I think that was a great idea. I've got my link now. The link is now on our chat. So if you're watching and if you're hanging out with us live, feel free to click the link and join my email list. And by doing so, you should get an email eventually. Now, Taunus, if you haven't gotten an email, you might. It's very possible that we are getting emails from my Squarespace, and I've got to work that out. But that's okay. Taunus, try to join this way, which is the way that using the link that I've given you, 247409. Because it's possible that I've just realized that I've got two ways of joining, and that might be what's confusing us here. Technology sure is fun, isn't it? 247409. But either way. Awesome. Hey there, Inanna. Okay, you got the email. Amazing. Okay, now, Taunus, do me a favor. Let me know your email in the chat. And if you like, once I see it and I write it down, you can delete it after. Nice to see you, Inanna. Maria, the ebook is psychedelic, but it's not about psychedelics. The ebook is about an old man with dementia. And that's a great question because this is pulling me around to my next point here once I've gotten all this stuff figured out. So everybody, we are doing this today partly out of a desire to promote mental awareness. You don't think you got the email update. Thanks, Sasha. So, Sasha, let me know what your email is, and I'll be able to see it in my subscribers list. Something tells me I'll be able to see it here. Yep, I see. So I wonder if that's Sasha D. It could be. I got lots of emails here, so I got to make sure I've got everyone here. Like I said, if anybody wants to, once you sign up to the email list, you can put it on. That's you. Okay, sweet. Once you put your email on, you can type your email in and you can delete it after, as long as I see that you are on the list. Okay. Robbie, are supposed to get an email thanking us for joining the list. So yeah, Robbie, you should get an email once you've joined the list. You might have joined, Robbie. Oh, shucks, you might have joined before I had that going. But all that was in the email was your ability to gain access to the ebook. Now, if you haven't done that already, technically, Robbie, for the sake of it, what the heck? Robbie, if you do want to get the book, you can just go to dustincormier.com/email-list. I'm pretty easy going here, so for anybody who has joined, if you haven't received that email yet, Robbie, you can just go to dustincormier.com/email-list like you see here in the chat. Now, for those watching here, if you want a reading, you can feel free to grab that ebook. I'm very proud of it. But the idea here is to get on the subscribers list so that you can get a reading today. Now, okay, so we are also promoting mental health awareness here, folks. So my new ebook thread is about an old man with dementia. And dementia is something, mental illness is a crazy thing. Me as a yogi, as an astrologer, as a psychological-minded person, one of the things that I'm doing with my life is bringing awareness to mental illness, to psychology, and to consciousness. Mental health in general is a very important thing. So, you can't afford sub right now. So, Taunus, remember, you don't have to be a student. You don't have to pay $15 to subscribe to my email list. My email list is free. So you can subscribe to my email list by going to dustincormier.com/subscribe, and you'll get emails for free. You don't have to pay. There's no paywall. You don't have to pay $15. $15 is the student tier for courses, which I'm going to do eventually. For this reading, we're not doing YouTube memberships. We're just doing the email list. It's to promote my book, which is to promote mental health awareness. No problem, Taunus. You guys, I appreciate you guys all moving through this with me because it's making me realize everything I got to get together in order for these readings to be a success. Now, mental health awareness is important for everybody. This book conveys an old man who has dementia. But how I wrote this book was many years ago when I wrote it. I was smoking a lot of pot. I used to get really bad short-term memory loss. And I was hanging out with my grandfather. He didn't exactly have dementia, but he has it now. but he was going towards dementia. And I could relate to his experience of having just this stupidly extreme memory loss. And so the book conveys the pain of this memory loss. Hello there, Midori. Nice to see you. So the book itself is a cool little short story, and it's a little pin for the literature of mind that you guys can expect to come in time. So for everybody watching again, if you want to be a part of the readings today, you can join at dustincormier.com/subscribe. You don't have to pay for this subscription. No, Maria, I don't smoke weed anymore. Not like I used to. I do occasionally ingest cannabis with oil. I put it on the cannabis oil. I put it on a piece of chocolate. It can be a very sacred experience that I'll often do yoga with and meditate. But I don't do it all the time, every day. Cannabis for me is like having a lady in my life. Every time I see her, I want to treat her with due intention. If I've just got some chick that I'm just hanging around with, she doesn't feel appreciated by me, and she lets me know it. So if I just smoke weed like a habit, it doesn't do what weed is supposed to do for me. For me now, I treat cannabis sacredly, and she treats me sacredly. And that doesn't happen very often. I go months at a time without it. Eating it is definitely different. So, everybody, you'll notice in the chat that I've put dustincormier.com/subscribe. Now, if you want to be a part of our reading today, I'd like you to subscribe to my email list. I'll have your name in my email list, and then I'm going to prompt everybody to let me know your email that you've put in here when you put in your birth time. So today, when we do the birth time, which we're about to do, we got to get going here. You guys have been patient with me while I've been getting my rear into gear. Oh yes, of course. So you can get my new ebook by subscribing as well. You'll get an email showing you this free ebook. And by doing so, you'll be able to do a reading today. Now, what do you guys say we get started? I know eventually this is going to get crazy and that this is going to be tough to wrangle, but I feel good about it. Hello, Toxica. Nice to see you. For everybody watching, yes, I am Toxica. Today's been a little bit crazy with things going on in my house. The Capricorn new moon is keeping me on my toes. The Capricorn full moon, that is. I have Rahu, Uranus, and Neptune in Capricorn. So anything that happens in Capricorn is a shakeup. But I love it because I got a good Saturn. That's the funny thing about astrology is that when lots of things condense into one place, it's a shakeup. But if you've got good planet associations there, then that shakeup can actually, it can be a sail that you can ride, even though it's still crazy. Saturn and Capricorn are always a little crazy. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you've all been very patient. I'm going to have a piece of chocolate. Let's start moving forward with our readings today. Everybody get your birth time ready. Yeah, I'm a 90s baby, Itzel. Uranus, Neptune, and Rahu are all in Capricorn in my chart. This chocolate's doing me some real good right now. No, it's okay, Robbie. As usual with the birth time, all we need for your birth information today, I need you to give me your email, your birth date, or birth time, and the place that you were born. Now, if you want a reading today, make sure that you've subscribed to my email list. because that way I'll be able to see that you have been a part of the email list. Remember, the email list is free. Here's the link again. Subscribe to my email list to get a free reading today. And if you haven't already joined, now's your chance to do it. And this will allow you to get your free reading for the moment. Okay, everybody. What the heck? Let's get into it. You guys have been waiting long enough. Put in your birth time. Now is the time. Put in your birth time, birth date, birthplace, and email. Don't forget to put your email in as well. And I've got to check to see if your email is in my email list. So if you've done these before, you know this is a live stream. You know that this is our live stream series where we're going to read your chart live. Probably going to spend about an hour or so on it, 40 minutes to an hour. Going to see if we can try and fit 3 charts in today at least. Let's see how it goes. And I always like to say, this is our first reading today. And in this reading, always remember that because we are conveying something very personal. Yes, Toxica, I want you to put your email. I want you to subscribe to my email list because today we are promoting my new book, as we can see here, my ebook, as well as mental health awareness. So the idea here is in order to get a free reading, I want you to join my email list at dustincormier.com/subscribe. You can even unsubscribe after if you want. Good. Okay. So Tay, that's cool. A short version of your email. Now, if you don't want your email out here for everybody to see, you can throw it on for the moment and then take it off. Tay, maybe I missed your email. Let's see. Did I see Tay put her email in here? Maybe I have to be careful here because maybe it's possible people don't prefer to put their email. Or maybe if you put your email, then I'm not going to be able to see it because it'll get blocked by YouTube or something like that. Oh, I see. So I've got Inanna, Daniela, perfect. My pleasure, C. Colette. Now, Inanna. Oh, I see. So I've got Inanna's email. I've got Robbie, Maria, Sasha, and Inanna. I wonder if it's possible that YouTube is blocking people putting their emails in here. Okay. Yeah, so I know that you guys are all probably putting your birth info in here. You know what? Emmy? Yeah, it's blocking it for sure. Thank you, Taunus Rising. Okay, we gotta move, folks. Capricorn Moon is making us make the movements right now. New plan. Emmy, you are helping me out here, and I appreciate everyone. Everyone is helping us in the moment. I think Emmy's right. Let's send an email to my email. All right, so dustincormier.com. Let's see, how would that work? dustincormierofficial.com. What would be the best email here? dustincormierofficial@gmail.com. All right, everybody. I think you guys are all on the right track, and bless you guys for doing this with me. Let's send an email to dustincormierofficial@gmail.com. I'm going to go. Hopefully this isn't too much hassle for everybody. I think this just has to be the way that we do it. Whatever. Let's see if you guys do this with me. Hopefully this doesn't become too crazy. Thanks, Emmy, for sending your email. Any of you who have joined and who have received my welcome email, you can just respond and say hello. Yeah, Mercury retrograde is fighting me here. So, for everybody watching live, if you want to have a free reading today, what you want to do is email me at dustincormierofficial@gmail.com with your email. Show me that you've joined my mailing list in that email, and then you can send your birth time and birthplace there. Emmy has already done it, and I can see Emmy here. So email me you can sign up to my subscription at dustincormier.com/subscribe. Then you can email me your birth time, birth date, and birthplace. I think that this is our best way to go. I can see Robbie has just sent his as well. Thank you, Robbie. I'm sure it's going to be a moment while I pull everything together. Oh, I see. Cool. So I can thank you, Thomas. So I've got you here. Sasha de Frederico, I got you. Awesome. Okay, this seems to be working, everybody. Now my friend Catherine Perry. Oh, that's okay. Gotcha. All right. We're pulling it together here, folks. So Taurus rising, I do have you, and I can see you have joined our subscription. We also have Toxica, it looks like. I thank you all very kindly and deeply for being a part of this with me. It's a little bit crazy throwing things together like this, but we're doing it. And we also have Elizabeth Jones. Oh, yes. Okay, good. Okay. Yes, Itzel, I got your email here. Maria, I got your email. Let's see. Who else am I missing here? Yes. So it looks like I've got... Now remember, everybody, do me a favor. When you email me, send me your name on YouTube as well, so I can see who you are on YouTube. That's going to be important as well. And I appreciate... Awesome. Oh, bless you, Midori. Awesome. Okay, so I can see, like I said, folks, do me a favor and make sure that you send me the name that you are on YouTube when you do email me, because I can see that some people have different names on YouTube than they do on their email. And that is making it just a bit tricky. Awesome. So like I said, folks, yeah. So I've got a few people who have emailed me. I've got a few people who have emailed me and who need to do me a favor. Yeah, you can reply to the welcome email. And I need you to send me the name that you are on YouTube, because the name on YouTube is a little bit different. Awesome. So we've got Gal, and thank you, Gal, for joining us here. Okay, so far I've got Rabi, Maria, Sasha, Inanna, Emmy, Taunus, Toxica, Itzel, and Gal. If your name is not... Oh, there's C. Okay, we got C on here. And let's see. Good. So if I haven't called your name, then it's possible that what you need to do is give me your YouTube name. MD. Okay, so I can see MDNT. Yep, I got you, C. C Colette. You have joined. Congratulations. Now we've got quite a few people here. We got 16 viewers, and we're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 people whose names I have secured and confirmed. Now Tay did not get a welcome email. That's okay, Tay. For whatever reason, I'm not sure you haven't gotten a welcome email yet. Good. Emmy, I got you. Jasmine, I got you. Let me just check on here. All right, we're pulling it together. So Jasmine, I have. Tay, do me a favor and just... Oh, Sean, yes. Okay. In that case, yes, I did get you, Tay. Awesome, 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 awesome. All right. Now, Tay, I think maybe, let me just check here to be sure. For some reason, Tay, I don't have you on my subscription. Cool, Jenny. That's cool. Tay, I don't have you in my subscription, so do me a favor, if you could and when you could. You know, we've been at this for a while, so I'm gonna go Dustin. So Tay, when you can, click on the subscription here, dustincormier.com/subscribe. I received your email with your birth time, but I have not received your email. I haven't received you in my email list. If I get your email list, then you'll be included for my book thread and for all my promotional stuff. That's the reason we're doing this. So try and get on there. Either way, if we can't do it today, I'm not going to arm wrestle the universe over it. If I can't get you on here right away, I'm going to include you because you've been patient. You've been hanging out here and waiting. Now, everybody, thus far, we have Rabi, Maria, Sasha, Inanna, Emmy, Taunus, Toxica, Itzel, Gal, C, MD, Jasmine, and Tay. Tay, if you could, thanks, Tay, honey. So if you could still try and subscribe there, you're going to come to, as you can see here, whoopsie doodle, you will come to a little picture here. It'll look like this. Subscribe to my email list below, and then you're going to verify you're not a robot, put it in that square, and that should bring you to the thing. Now, everybody, I have your birth times here. Yeah, my hair color right now is bleached from the sun. Pretty crazy. Now, okay, I have everybody's email here. So, for everybody who's watching, I hope everybody's still here. I'm now going to pick a number. The time has come, everybody. we are ready to move on to the next phase and to actually, looks like I've got you, Tay, honey. Thank you very much. I have your email and have everything I need. Let's pick a number. Let's pick a number. Thanks, Maria. And let's start doing our first reading for the day, folks. You guys have been patient, so I'm going to do a good squeeze. Hey there, Monica. Thank you very much, Tay, for taking the time. Now, Relika, if you'd like to join for a reading today, I need you to email me at, and I'm going to give a different email now because this is the one I should have been doing. For everybody joining in now, email me at dustincormier.com after you have subscribed. And I will see that your subscription, I got to get this down. There's a flow that I got to get through here. Whatever, we're doing good here, folks. The first thing you have to do, Relika, is subscribe to my email at https:/dustincormier.com/subscribe. And then email me, and I'll be able to get you in. Now, for now, let's do a reading for the people who are here, and we'll do another round of this after we are done here. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 people watching live whose emails I have secured. Let's pick a number between these 13. I'm going to just pick one out in my brain and say, let's go with 20. I never go with 20. Thank you, Relika. Yes, Robbie. That's how I'm avoiding YouTube's filters, is I'm getting everyone's email through my personal email here. I think that's the way to do it for the moment. So I'm going to go to 20, and I'm going to see who I pick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Looks like I got Itzel. It was Itzel, everybody. We have been chosen. You know, for everybody watching, I'm not gonna do these every time. I'm gonna do these for a bit because I want to gather people for my YouTube email subscription. No problem, Itzel. I'm so glad that Itzel got chosen. Now we're gonna do what we can for Itzel. I'm gonna try to get we're gonna try to squeeze in 3 readings today. But now the dust has settled. Now we can do what we do best. Let's have some fun. We've gone past the crazy Capricorn full moon technology fiasco. Let's do what we do best. Let's do what we're here for and do some astrology. Now, Itzel, I've got you on here. Now let me check to be sure. Itzel, I have you for this date. It looks like January 7th, 1993. Let me know if you're still here, Itzel. Now, it sucks that apparently my audio is off. It's a really frustrating part of my computer reality right now. No? Okay. Thanks, Itzel. Let's see. Which one did you say you were? All right. So now the next thing I've got to do. Okay. Thank you, Itzel. The next thing I've got to do is make sure I've got the right connection of the person's name. Okay. So 1980. I'm going to be with you in just a sec. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. All right, Itzel. now I have your correct time. So Itzel is born 1980. You're probably one of the babies that had, let's see, we're going to find out. I think Pluto was at the end of Libra at the time. So Itzel, we're looking up your chart, and let's figure out what to expect from your reading today. You know, I should tell everybody that I appreciate you all being as patient as you've been with me. Sometimes when it comes to technology, it can be a little crazy for me, but I kind of enjoy, you know, I'm a bit like I said, I got a lot of Capricorn in me, and this is almost like, I'm not going to say it's above my head, but it's a world that I'm not used to, and I appreciate y'all being with me here for it while I just dive into it. Okay. The universe just keeps throwing it at me here, folks. Now, 22. Not sure what you mean by 22, Itzel, but that's okay. Awesome. We got some Capricorn energy hanging out with us. Oh, 22 degrees. I see. Okay. So now, Itzel, I have you as Virgo at 29 degrees. Right. Okay, so you are right at the... That's okay. That's okay, Itzel. Now, Itzel, today, I have you as Virgo at 29 degrees. You're just like, you're right on the cusp. Story of my life. And I think anybody who knows how I usually do these things, the cusp can be a tricky thing, because when you're right that close on a cusp, you know, it's, especially with the birth time years like yours, 345, it's possible that you could be a Virgo or a Libra. Now, Itzel, have you ever worked with, when you do astrology, are you used to being a Virgo or a Libra? Which one do you typically work with? Let me know when you can, because you're right on that cusp. So you're probably used to working with yourself as a Virgo rising. What's tricky here is that you've got a crazy stellium in Libra. So you might say that you feel like a Libra and or a Virgo. You look at yourself as a Virgo. So, you know, with charts like this, I often recommend considering getting a birth time, what do you call it? A birth time rectification. Because it would be a very big difference. Because if you are only born, let's see, 1 minute ahead, not even that, you know, if you're born 1, 2, if you're born 20 seconds ahead from the birth time you've given, then you are a Libra rising with all of the stuff, all of the stellium happening in Libra. That's a very different reading. Either way, all this stuff is going to be very close to the rising sign. So no matter what, you're going to feel all these planets very, very, very close to the rising sign. So this is a birth time that I would say is so close that I wouldn't feel entirely comfortable about just reading it as one way or the other. I wouldn't really feel too comfortable reading it as a Virgo or a Libra. Now I'm just going to do a quick view of your Shadbala. It doesn't change too much on the Shadbala. But yeah, very, very, very different. Yeah, so you see the Libra stuff as being in your first house. And you are Yeah, because that's a crazy stellium happening there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 planets. 4 of the classical planets all squashed into Libra. And the moon is the Atmakaraka. So it is getting quite entangled up in everything that's happening here. It's a blessing that Jupiter is delighting all these planets, but Jupiter's definitely getting stomped on by Saturn and Venus. It's right Jupiter, Saturn, and Venus are all within 10 degrees of that first house cusp. It's pretty crazy. And yeah, you're going to read that there's a first house energy there, no matter what. So there's a lot that we can do with that. In terms of, let's say for the moment that Itzel, I don't want to call you a Virgo rising or a Libra rising, but all this stuff is definitely in your first house. And there's a lot that we could do with that. What I would recommend if you're interested to see whether you're a Virgo or a Libra, to get a real Tropical Vedic reading, I would do a birth rectification. It shouldn't be too hard for a person to birth rectify this because it's such a dramatic difference between the Virgo rising and the Libra rising. Because technically, if you're a Virgo rising, this stuff would still be all in the first house, but in the whole sign system, this stuff would be in the second house. And there'd be a strong second house energy here as well, which would make it different. So for the moment, let's do this reading based strictly on what we can do as the rising sign being where it is, but not saying for sure that this is a Virgo rising or Libra rising chart. Okay, good. So what we do have is the moon as the Atmakaraka. The Atmakaraka moon is falling into Gemini. So Gemini is the Swamsha. That is a technique that I'm going to explain, but let's feel around here and see what else we can get out of this reading before we go into that. We have Aquarius as the Ketu, and it's pretty well trine, all this stuff happening in Libra. Looks like most of this stuff in Libra is falling closer to Rahu. So this is what I generally tend to do. Usually when I do a reading, I kind of look at the whole chart here. And I should say this before we get running here. Now, Itzel, my friend, I'm sure... Hi there, David. Nice to see you. I'm sure, Itzel, I believe that I've seen you checking out my show before. Now, when we do astrology, how I like to do astrology is I like to go deep. I like to get what I can out of a person, out of a reading. That being said, an astrology reading is a very personal thing, and we're doing it here on this public forum. And I often like to say, our intention is not to drag your skeletons out of the closet and show them to everybody. But we might rattle some bones along the way, and if we do, you don't have to speak to anything. You don't have to say, yes, I can confirm that I went through this. If we talk about something that's heavy or that's indicated, you don't have to confirm, you don't have to deny, you don't have to do anything. And furthermore, if you don't like how this reading went, just let me know. I don't mind taking a video off because the nature of astrology is so personal. I'm a Scorpio. I got lots of Scorpio energy. We tend to go deep, and if we go too deep, just let me know, and I can take the video off. It's an easy thing to do. The mirrored Darpan, I always recommend people to get into meditation, slow your mind down, and come into your nervous system, because even beyond astrology, everybody's nervous system can help. It has a nature to it. But for specific guidance, I would need to read your chart. We're currently reading one at the moment. Hang out for an hour, and after an hour, we'll be reading another one. So, Itzel, you said no worries. What'd you say there? Crazy how you know that. You're laid back. All right, good. Bless you, David. Thanks for watching and hanging out, fellow Tropical Vedic astrologer. So, okay, very good. I'm glad that you know what's going on here. So, one of the big things going on in this chart is that we certainly have the moon Atmakaraka conjunct Pluto and this crazy whole rigmarole happening here. This is a crazy chart. All of the planets, except for Chiron, even though, interestingly, Chiron is opposite the Sun and Mercury here, all of the planets are squashed into these three signs: Libra, Scorpio, and Sagittarius. Mostly Libra, evidently. And it's kind of interesting that they are, if you understand Tropical Vedic astrology, where planets are placed from the nodes shows that certain aspects of our evolutionary script are going to be bumped into in certain ways along the trajectory of our lives based on where a planet is from the nodes. And all these planets are really close to the square of the nodes. The sun is actually perfectly square to the nodes. None of the planets are so close to the nodes as to be, strongly indicative of having strong node energy. Now we have a person who's born 1980. That would be, let's see, I hate to age drop you, but it's often what we do with these readings. 90, 2000, 10, 2020. So you're about 45, turning 46, I believe. Unless I'm wrong, I often get these little numbers out. 44, thank you. 44, turning 45. I don't know why I always mess that up. I'll figure it out eventually. Now, one thing I do see here is that Mercury is one planet that has some very strong yoga power. Mercury, out of all the planets, has strong yoga power. Now, this almost might be what we would call a Kalasarpa, which is when all the planets are on one side of the nodes. That's a very important yoga. I don't want to flow into it yet because it's something I need to practice more. I'm going to be going through Ernst Wilhelm's lessons soon, so I'm pretty happy to be moving through that eventually. Now, if everybody knows, whether you knew this or not, you can go on Ernst Wilhelm's yogas section. You click on yogas. You go to core yogas. And this is going to show you some particular yogas that really stand out. And this is something that I use a lot, especially in my readings lately. Now, Brahma Yoga. We all know who Brahma is. He's the creator. Brahma Yoga occurs when Jupiter is in an angle from the 9th. Obviously, an angle includes a conjunction. So Jupiter, which rules Jupiter itself is in the same place as Venus, the 9th lord. That checks out. Venus is in an angle from the 11th lord, which is the moon. That checks out. And Mercury is in an angle from the 10th lord. So Mercury is the 10th lord. So that's technically, we would still call that some Brahma Yoga energy. And Mercury is involved. So that's going to have some energy here. Jupiter gives wisdom, Venus gives luxuries and pleasure, and Mercury gives the capacity for good deeds. So wisdom, luxury, good deeds. Right, so now that I think about it, we got to be careful here because we don't know whether this person is a Virgo rising or a Libra rising. If you're a Virgo rising, you've got this Brahma Yoga. As I'm going through this, I've got to consider the fact that, of course, it's hard to know whether you are a Virgo or a Libra. So there are certain yogas we won't be able to fully deal with. But we do have Jupiter in an angle from the moon. That's Gaja Kashari. Gaja Kashari is cool. It indicates, it's basically when Jupiter and the moon are in an angle to each other, or especially when they're conjunct, and especially when they're joined or aspected by a benefic and avoiding inimical Rashi. So Jupiter, by being in Libra, it's also being stomped on by Jupiter and Venus. We're not going to get the full Gaja Kashari, the elephant lion. So we're not going to get Jupiter in an angle from the moon as strongly as is typical. But technically, as long as Jupiter is in an angle from the moon, we've got a little bit of this elephant lion yoga. The version formed by Jupiter on an angle from the moon is very common. But if Jupiter and the moon are involved in other yogas, this can be a contributing factor for success and wealth. One of the reasons that it stands out to me is because you're a moon Atmakaraka. So let me just bring this together here. Sick. Save some tiny frogs. Very important. Already you're doing some good Brahma work, Itzel. So Gaja Kashari moving through the moon is the Atmakaraka. The moon is the Atmakaraka in this person's chart. It's hard to say what the rising sign is, but we can already start to develop a person who has empathy, a person who lovingly saves frogs whenever they can, just for the sake of saving some tiny frogs, which is awesome. We have the moon Atmakaraka. Now, it's probably worth us noting that this is a dark moon. I'm just fixing my YouTube chat here. We have a person who's moon Atmakaraka with a dark moon. It's a very dark moon that's in a very interesting place. The moon is about to come into the new moon right at the square of the nodes. So technically, this is as far from the eclipse energy as you could be, which is very interesting. You know, when you think about it, every new moon is a sort of pin getting closer to the nodes. The fact that you've got the sun and moon coming into a new moon so far away from the nodes, it could kind of signify that, you know, there's an indication here that as time goes on and you move through your nodal return, which you are moving through right now, you know, the energy of the nodes is going to prompt a crazy, powerful sort of push energy. And this push energy is going to, when you've got these planets so far away from the nodes you see are a good thing and a bad thing. You know, let's put it this way. The nodes have this push energy, but that push energy actually helps us to evolve. So being far away from that push energy probably signifies some stability. Judging by your chart, there's probably stability in your life, but when the nodes do come into any kind of operation, that stability might feel stagnant. It might be, you know, you almost might wish that there was some kind of evolutionary force pulling you out of a rather stagnant experience of life. Now, the North Node right now is in Pisces, and you're going to have your North Node opposition soon. Eventually, the North Node and the eclipses are going to come into Aquarius. That usually happens around age 45. And as time goes on, you're going through probably a strong North Node you've gone through your north node maturation at age 43. At age 45, you have the node opposition. Because like I said, the north node's in Pisces, it's going to be coming down to Aquarius. Having the south node in Aquarius, especially with the moon, with all this crazy stuff in Libra, the moon is Swamsha in Gemini. Got a lot of air happening in your chart. And the south node in Aquarius, in an air sign, is something worth mentioning here. Yes, Robbie's correct. The more people go insane, the closer the moon is to the nodes. And this is a moon that's pretty far from the nodes. This is very much a lunar person having the moon on Makaraka. And it's a very dark moon, like I said. Now, it's worth us mentioning, going into a little bit of the south node in Aquarius. And this probably right now, at age 45, we all know about the Uranus opposition. And this person's probably going through it. I don't even have to check, but let's check. Uranus is at 25 degrees of Scorpio in this person's chart. Uranus has been moving through Taurus, where Itzel's Chiron is. So the whole time Uranus was moving through Taurus, which would have been for the last... Let's see, when did Uranus move into Taurus? About like 2015? 2017, 2018, something like that. The whole time it was moving through Taurus, it was moving through your Chiron, and it was opposite your natal Uranus. Now, a lot of Western astrologers put a lot of emphasis on the Uranus opposition, the natal Uranus opposition. Personally, age 45, around that area, through your 40s, the Uranus opposition is one thing, but even more significant in the Vedic perspective is at age 43, the north node matures. At age 45, you go through a nodal opposition, and then at age 48, the south node matures. So for a reading like this, always around age 45, there's always a certain tone that's going to come out of a reading. What is happening is, hi there, my name's Pluto. I am the harbinger of death. Nice to meet you. I got Pluto all over my chart. And one of the things that I love to talk about the most is that we're all going to die someday. And it's death that makes life that much more beautiful. Hey there, Monica. Glad to have you hanging with us. So everybody, when we talk about it with a 45-year-old, now, mind you, the reason I'm bringing up death for a 40-year-old is because there's a feeling of moving, there's a hump. It's Wednesday in the soul. 45 years old is Wednesday in the soul. It's hump day. So Wednesday in the soul means that, imagine we're running a race for 6 days, 6-day marathon. For the first 3 days, we don't know how far we've gone. We don't know our pace. Like, how much can I run? How much do I need to rest? What's sustainable for me? Oh, wow. Interesting, Itzel. I would like to ask you a bit about that at 16. Near-death experiences can be very mystical things. It's interesting that you've got all this stuff that you got going on in Libra all in one place with Pluto there and the moon at Makaraka. I'm sure that near-death experience must have been significant for you. They would be significant to anybody. But to stick to my point here, you're running a 6-day race. After the 3rd day, you've taken account for, like, how much can I sustainably run? How much can I run without me just breaking down? How much sleep do I need? By the 3rd day, you're going to be running differently than you were at the beginning. And ideally, if a person has a good Saturn, which I think you do, the moon is going to make your Saturn a little bit tricky. But generally speaking, with a good Saturn, the person just has a natural sense of like, I want to go for the long haul. I want to have a good life the whole way through. So they have their bearings. They don't burn out their nervous system. They have a good boundary, so they know when to say no. Of course, your Saturn is exalted. It's delighted by Jupiter, and it's delighted by its friend Venus. If we look at this Saturn, it's harmed by the moon. That's the main dinger. But overall, it's doing pretty good. Unfortunately, Saturn is also stomping on all these planets. It's stomping on Jupiter's head, on Venus's head, on the moon's head, and probably on Pluto's head. And the fact that this Saturn is in Libra, all of this stuff is happening in Libra, really it's for Saturn to be there, it's kind of too much. What we see here is probably some indications of needing to be very careful about overdoing being responsible, being there for other people. The Libra thing. The sin of Libra is thinking about everybody but itself. Being useful. This is also where Saturn is exalted. So there is an indication of you having strength and knowing how to make yourself useful to other people. This is going to tie into our Aquarius theme. South Node in Aquarius wants to be useful to everybody. So, I think it's inevitable that you could have put the nodes anywhere, and they probably would have been involved somehow in one of the planets going on here. Thankfully, the sun is outside of this crazy conundrum happening. But the South Node is in Aquarius. It ties into the Libra theme. Aquarius is ruled by Saturn. That's where your South Node is. That's a key root in your chart. And Saturn is in Libra with all those other planets. This theme of wanting to be valuable to society, wanting to contribute well to society, is important to you. And it's not, there's suffering implied here. So you're working in service. There's suffering implied, but what's happening is that you're getting your own needs by developing your contributions to society. Saturn is getting its own needs met first through what it does for people in society. I'm glad that you're happy. The moon here, the moon can do harm, especially to Saturn, because the Saturn and the moon are enemies, because they're like the inner child and the old man looking over the chart. No problem, Tay. I'm glad to have you here. The inner child of the moon is stomped on by the old man Saturn, saying, sorry, love, sorry, my deep inner true bliss, the moon. I have to take care of things. I've got responsibilities. I've got things I have to do. And so the moon and Saturn trade off, where probably even throughout the year you'll find when the new moon is in Cancer, for example, we just recently had the new moon in the sign of Cancer. That would be a time where the moon is shining through and saying, I need to take care of my joy. I need to take care of my bliss, my emotional health, who I am and who I want to be. And this undermines Saturn, what it's building, its job, its career, its stability. Then we had the full moon in Capricorn, and all of a sudden old man Saturn comes in and says, okay, I was having too much fun there. Now I've got to be more hard and serious again. That's the moon conjunct Saturn. These two will always kind of eat each other in this way. It's very interesting that the south node of the moon is in Aquarius, and that south node in Aquarius is ruled by Saturn, and Saturn is in the same sign as the moon. Thankfully, the conjunction is pretty wide orb, but still they're in the same sign. Saturn being exalted in Libra is guaranteed going to be stomping on, in a strong way, whatever it's with, including the Atmakaraka moon. So this theme of old man moon eating and stepping on young child, this theme of old man Saturn, the crone. I need to take care of myself, my people, my responsibilities, my bills, my monetary reality. I need to project health and security for the future. And if I need to run this inner child ragged in order to make sure everything is lined up, then I'm going to do it. Saturn, especially with the South Node in Aquarius, the inner child of the moon here is bound to get stepped on. It's getting thrown under the bus. This is a real antagonism in this consciousness. You know, what I like to do here, folks, is you'll often find when I do these readings, I stretch all over the place, and then I try to find pillars in the soul. And these are some pillars in the soul here. South Node of the moon is in Aquarius. The South Node is a root of who we are. The South Node in Aquarius needs structure. It needs to be a contributor to society. It needs to be valued by society. Aquarius is a very special sign. With Aquarius, I'll tell you the secret of Aquarius. It's just like this. You ever seen a crow? A crow is a very Saturn shani. Is this crow. It's this black crow. And they're smart. What a crow does is it throws a walnut onto the road. It wants to get inside this walnut. And it could use its beak and just bang, 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 bang. But that's more of a Capricorn thing. Aquarius is this developed aspect where the crow is intelligent and uses the world to its advantage. So it learns about the world. So what it does is it throws this walnut on the road because it knows that the cars are going to come. Throws it on the pavement. A car runs over the walnut. And then it goes and it's like yum, 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 yum. And it eats the walnut that the car ran over. That is us using the world to our advantage. Paying attention to our surroundings. Knowing that that car is going to come. And that's a perfect way for me to throw the walnut on the road and let it crush the walnut. And in order to do that, you have to pay attention to the world outside. You have to pay attention to the way the world works to have opportunities. This is a person, like Aquarius is a person who like gets their hands dirty. They learn about technology. They learn about mechanical stuff typically, especially if there's Mars involved in it somehow. But Aquarius is this person who wants to be valuable to society. Because we've all got this bonfire. Society is this bonfire. And there's two ways of being beautiful and useful to society. People can love you for your personality because you're a character. Or you can go and silently be the hermit and gather your sticks. Bring your sticks to the bonfire. And everyone says, hey, everybody, look, Itzel brought her sticks to the bonfire. Now we know that Itzel is contributing to society. So congratulations, Itzel, you can stay by the fire, you can hang out, so you don't have to, if you were having a fire by yourself, you'd have to collect all the sticks yourself. But when you come into society, you only have to collect, if there's 10 people at the fire, you have to collect 1/10 of the sticks necessary to keep the fire going. You throw your sticks in, then Tommy's going to get the sticks, then Sandy's going to get the sticks, and everyone's going to get the sticks for a while before you need to get the sticks again. The moon is this different thing. It's talking with everybody. It's love. The moon represents our nature. All the planets represent our nature, but in a way, the moon is this unbashful, unapologetic, fun, clever trickster. And this is one of the key things about this chart that we have going on here, is that the Saturn part of the personality is going to be stepping on the moon, especially this exalted Saturn in the same sign as the moon. And the moon is the Atmakaraka. In Vedic astrology, the planet with the highest degrees in its sign is considered to be the Atmakaraka. The Atmakaraka. Karaka means a signifier for something, and the Atma is it's the soul. Right? If you've ever heard the Atman, the Brahman is the great all soul, but the Atman is our specific soul. So the Atmakaraka is a wink. And what's going on with the Atmakaraka shows a wink at a very deep natural nature in this person. So you are the moon child. Especially with this very dark moon. This is a moon, when it's dark like this, it has a way of learning how to make itself emotionally happy by itself and doing what it needs to do to stay happy by itself. Now, the moon it's like an inner child who's crying. What happens when a child cries? Here's a better question. And I have to say this to anybody who's got the sun, who's got the moon and Saturn conjunct, and who has a dichotomy in this chart, because Saturn and the moon are in a real dichotomy in this chart. I actually want to check to see how is the moon doing in Lajtati of Ashtas. It's stomped on by Saturn, but it's delighted by Jupiter. And it's going to be wrapped up in Venus, too. That's a wild thing going on there in Libra in your chart. What happens when Saturn and the moon are together in a chart? What happens is, it brings me back to this question. What does a healthy baby do when it needs something? When a baby is healthy and it wants something, what does it do? It says, wah, wah, bitch, wah. Give me the things. Give me the titty. I need some nutriment. This thing I've got a sweater on. This stupid cardigan that you put me on is scratching my back. Wah. I need help. I can't do this myself. I want the universe to support my nature. Because the moon has an emotional nature. And when it listens to its emotional nature, there are things that, Saturn uses its eyes and its hands to feel consciously what is working, what's not working. The moon works through a different neurological reality. The moon is the most pure feminine energy. The moon is thinking about my comfort, my needs, and my animal nature. Saturn does too, but the moon is in a different way. The moon is thinking about, how can I add joy as a secret spice that's going to give this life some flick? It's going to have a little extra flick to it. Because when we are operating on our joy, this has a strength to it. How do you describe it? It's like you put a gardener on a battlefield. They can do the Saturn thing and be like, well, fuck, I got to do what I got to do here. I got to roll up my shoulders. And if they've got a good Saturn, a gardener can do well on a battlefield. They're not going to be the best soldier in the world, but they'll figure it out because they've got a good Saturn. But if you take that gardener, they do what they got to do on the battlefield. But if they listen to their moon, eventually they're going to think, all right, I've done enough Saturn stuff. I've done my duty in the regimen. I got to start going back to the garden because this is what I'm good at. This is what side my bread is buttered on. But it can be hard. The moon, like a baby, it cries. It has an emotional disruption that says these emotions that I've been feeling are important enough that I have to stop what I'm doing and cater to my emotional impulses. I trust my emotional impulses, and I believe that they're going to guide me somewhere that's going to get an energetic surplus. Because in the end, our emotions are energy. Just like our finances, what we contribute to society, our responsibilities, our opportunities are also energies that we have at our disposal. Our emotional feeling of listening to our emotional impulses is also energy. And from an extraterrestrial perspective, how we prioritize our energy is through the human lens. But if you look from an extraterrestrial perspective, beyond the human filter, that emotional energy is just as much energy as the Saturn stuff. So that emotional listening is going to be something important, especially because you're a moon Atmakarika person. I think the moon is more likely to get stomped on than Saturn here. Pluto is especially going to make this very interesting and tricky. Where this is all going to land is when it comes to things related to Libra, when it comes to relationships, when it comes to relating to other people, when it comes to having boundaries, and when it comes to having value. Now, Itzel, I didn't ask you this yet, but if you would let me know if you are, if you're a woman, I believe that you are, and if you have an orientation towards gay, bisexual, or anything like that, or if you're straight, this would, ultimately it doesn't matter, because Libra's about partnerships. And it's likely that you might have partnerships based very strongly on give and take ways on either Saturn or the moon. Saturn and the moon are the real key players in this Libra situation here, although all the other planets are playing in their part as well. One thing I can really see happening here is that Jupiter and Venus are really getting smacked around in the sign of Libra here. Thankfully, Venus is delighted by Jupiter, and thankfully Jupiter is delighted by the moon. But both of them are really being left, what the bag is being left hanging in this sign of Libra. In terms of friendships and enemies, Jupiter is being harmed by Saturn and by Venus. Venus is being harmed by the moon and Saturn. So there's a lot of stuff here. You're straight. Itzel, there's a lot of relationship energy that probably, especially with Pluto there, it's a crazy reading to I'd almost, this is a reading that I would do well digesting beforehand, but we're doing a cold reading, so that's okay. What I can tell you during this cold reading is that you've got a lot squashed into one place, and that's Libra. And as time goes on, especially as you come into your late 40s, you're going to be dealing with this K2 in Aquarius. And you're single, you have been for many years. Having all these relationships in Libra, having all these planets in Libra, there's sore spots related to relationship energy. What's probably tricky for you, Itzel, is that you're still involved in relationships. Everybody gets involved in relationships, whether it's with your boss, your employees, your family, the interactions you have with your family. You probably feel that it's so sticky to involve yourself with Libra that it's very heavy to deal with relationships on the whole. Relationships are a matter where you kind of define your value in some ways. Yeah, you have relationships with many people because Libra you got 5 planets there, including Pluto and your Atmakarika moon and your south node lord, Saturn. So you can't get away from this Libra thing. You really can't get away from being in relationship with people. What's interesting is that all these planets are so close to your first house cusp, and they're all pretty much within 30 degrees. They're all wrapped up in your first house cusp. So no matter how you dice it or slice it, you're learning your identity through moving through these relationships with people. And when we're in relationship in any sort, whether it's with our bosses, our underlings, our friends, our family, we have to have a fair interaction of relationship. What's tricky is that Venus is harmed a little bit in this chart. So the theme of value, especially for a woman, is going to be a very important key factor in this reading, especially if you do a birth rectification and find out that you're a Libra rising. If you're a Virgo rising, this chart would actually be slightly easier. But you have to be careful. You don't want to just say, oh, Virgo would be the better sign, so I'm just going to assume that I'm a Virgo rising. For you, you're 20 seconds from that cusp, so I would do a birth rectification before calling yourself Virgo versus Libra. But either way, this Libra energy, all those planets are in Libra. And Venus is getting stomped on by Saturn, and it's also getting starved by a very dark moon. What this conveys is that there's deep emotional impulses that keep you away. You probably get very triggered emotionally because the moon has such a deep desire for love. In this chart, your moon up Makaraka. You probably have a deep desire for love. When the moon is with Venus, the desire for love causes us to say, yes, I will do anything. I will do anything. I'll lose my boundaries just to have this experience of being loved for who I am, of feeling heard, of feeling like when I have an emotional need, I can call a friend, I can call my lover and sit with them and pour through this emotional passion. You're probably very watery and emotionally passionate person. And this emotional passion right now, you're going through this K2 phase. And this is probably an important time for you to realize, number one, that your emotional, watery passions, hey there, Zay, it's okay. We're going to be doing another reading soon. This Saturn, this Aquarius, your South Node is evolving. It's maturing. And you're coming into an understanding that you need to have Saturn. You need to have your boundaries. You need to take care of your own shit. And you need to, in all relationships, be fair and contribute, just like that bonfire where you contribute enough sticks that society now takes care of you. In civilization, whatever relationships you're in, there's a mutual value, and you sacrifice and put in effort to make that value there. That's a very Aquarius thing. Now, Libra is the intrinsic value of yourself, of who you are and what you have to offer. A key here, because Venus rules Libra, is coming into some Venus goddess energy. I think that's one of the key things I see happening in this chart, is learning what you are as a woman. And how is what I am as a woman, how does that reflect on my relationships with men and with other women? And also neutral people and people in between. What is the psychology of woman? How does the goddess energy of woman relate to your experience in relationships? And what are you intrinsically in your relationships with people? Because, Libra is the classic thing. You're a peanut farmer. You're going to take your peanuts to the market. But because you grow peanuts on your farm, the soil is not good for growing blueberries, let's say, for example. So you go and find another farmer, and they have these bunches of blueberries. You got peanuts coming out of your ears, and they've got blueberries coming out of their ears. So your peanuts are valuable to them, and their blueberries are valuable to you. Libra is trade, and it's fair trade. This is what is economy. One item might be more valuable to one person than it is to another. You have to think about the fact that you have your items in what you are and their intrinsic value. And whoever in your relationship also has their items and their intrinsic value. And you have to think about how when you're doing a deal with somebody, it's like, there are great card games that are good for this, like Risk, or something like that, where, you've got a strategic piece of land that somebody needs. This is more Mars stuff, but you've got a strategic piece of land that this person needs. You know that they need that piece of land. It's more valuable to them than it is to you, but they've got a piece of land that's more valuable to you. So the two of you can make some kind of deal, make sure that the land becomes more valuable by your mutual needs. In the same way, you have to think about, in any relationship, what are the values of the things being shared and traded? And that means you need to think about your own value. You need to think about what do you have to contribute? Because everybody has an intrinsic value. What would you like to devote yourself to? What would you like to give to people in relationship that makes you feel like you're getting a good deal? And in order to do that, you have to think about what the other person is giving you. You have to digest this, and there's a juiciness with woman, with goddess energy. There's a need to understand your own value, to show up for it, and to allow that value to refine and mature your emotions. Because the moon in you is starving Venus. The moon in you just wants to just have the emotional relationship, A, and B, to have a productive relationship. That's Saturn. The moon and Saturn are both stomping on Venus. And so you're just going to make a relationship either completely juicy, or you're going to run away from all relationships and only have relationships that are safe, that have boundaries, but you're not going to have depth there. But the moon wants to have depth. And so you've probably got this secret dark moon that finds emotional depth in ways that work for you. But ultimately, you and the other people, I can see my computer skipping, you and the other people in relationship can end up using each other. As time goes on, and as you come into your K2 maturation, it's going to come time for you to really feel how much energy you lose in your contributions to society and how much you gain. Does your job serve you in this way? Are you at this job? Are you working a job that works, but it's draining your energy system? It's draining your nervous system. But the reason you're at it is because you don't feel you can gain energy through natural relationships. You almost can easily feel like the only way for you to get through life is to hold on to your job that you do in the service industry. And you put in a lot of energy there because that's a place where you can put your energy. You've probably learned to love your service job that you do. You've probably learned to love your career, but you have to discern between loving your career and putting in all this effort and energy into your job, into your career, not because you love it, but because I'm 45 years old, I'm going to die someday, and this is where I have to put my energy. And the universe is going to show you how you are almost, by doing that, you're not actually contributing to the circle in the best way that you can. It's like you're at this bonfire, Aquarius, and you want to contribute your sticks. So you come out and you're nervous and you're like, here, everybody, here's my sticks. I need everybody to be a part of, I need to be a part of everybody. And everyone's like, okay, Itzel, it's okay, it's all right. We can receive your sticks. But the nervousness of feeling like you're not truly valued because you're not coming from your true nature. You're not coming from your true desires. You're not coming from, I mean, your job might in the service industry might be okay, but it's this nervous energy of not feeling energetically sound. If you don't feel energetically sound, it's probably because you're not in a good deal with Libra. And Pluto there is going to make you feel like you have to do the things the way you've been doing them, the only way you've ever known how to do them. And the main energetic blockage here, I think, would probably be Venus, goddess energy. Because, remember, everyone at the bonfire loves, there's two ways to be valuable. Number one is to be chill. Even a very chill person who communicates with everybody, who's a social contributor, they don't need to put in more energy than they need to. They put in the exact right amount of energy, and everyone loves that they contribute their sticks. Hey there, incognito. Yeah, we're going to do more readings after pretty soon, everybody. You're bringing everybody your sticks in society, and because you're nervous, everyone, it doesn't feel as smooth as it could. And if you have this nervousness, you are probably being drained in your job. And the reason you're probably feeling drained in your job is because your job is draining your personal and emotional life. So Itzel, I wonder how that relates to you. I wonder if you feel like your job is draining you, or that you feel drained in your personal relationships because you put so much energy into your career or into the things that you're responsible for. It's a very Saturn in Libra thing. You're probably responsible for a lot of things. And the thing is that your moon is in Libra. You got so many things in Libra that how you are responsible to people, everything is getting wedged into that. What do people lean on you for? That's Libra. What is your end of the deals of everybody? Because you're like a merchant at the merchant with the scales, and the moon is in there. So let's say that means that the way that you give love is through your customers. The Jupiter is in there, which means the way that you get abundance and soul, you probably feel philosophically like this is what I was born to do, is have these interactions with people, whether it's my services or whether it's connecting with anybody in general. That's how I get my Jupiter out of there. My Venus is in there. I enjoy the service that I give and feeling beautiful and feeling like I'm well regarded and I have value. All of these things are moving through this Libra, this interaction with the merchant of making a deal. It could be friendships, it's social, but it's also your career as well. And you've got so much flowing through there that it's easy for you to be left holding the empty bag. And it doesn't mean that you can't have these interactions. What it means is you have to think about, am I giving myself a fair deal? Oh, it's cool that you play pool. You don't have children, so your job is your world. That almost, that makes me almost think, if you're a Libra rising, you've got the South Node in Aquarius, which would be the 5th house, and that would show a drain, an intensity when it comes to children. Yeah, I'd say more Venus, Jupiter, and the moon are the ones who are really, Saturn is involved with it too. Mainly, I would say the sign of Libra is where I would see indications of needing conscious work. The sign of Libra, as well as the planet Venus and the moon, depending on what time, what's happening with the person. These are the main themes that I see happening here. This Saturn, which you're going through this K2 in Aquarius energy right now, the main thing that I see happening for you, Itzel, is Venus. It's goddess energy. It's learning to feel valuable. learning to feel like what you are. You don't have kids, and that's okay. Who you are and what you are is still valuable to the world. There's a lot of people, I often say, Libra, which is feeling valuable. See you, Zay. Thanks for coming. Libra, feeling valuable to people, having this goddess energy, it's not a big deal. It's only when you have a lot of karma there that we experience it to be a big deal. And this is the key, I think, in this chart that I can see, is feeling like you're getting a good deal with everybody that you work with, everybody, your relationships in your life, and even considering moving through relationships. With the North Node in Leo, at some level, you want to be regarded not just for what you do in society, but the North Node in Leo is going to teach you to shine and to stand out and to be happy with who you are and what you are. And to even lead your own kingdom, to guide your own kingdom. For a woman, a key part of that is going to be the psychology of feeling like your own leader, like your own energy, like you've got your own strength. And a key part of that is going to be feeling like you as a woman are intrinsically valuable, like you have something to share, like you don't even need to share anything. A key part of this is going to be goddess energy through Venus, being happy with yourself. Now you got to understand too, the moon being a dark moon, you might find that you have your own way of making yourself happy. With the dark moon as the Atmakaraka, you have your own way of making yourself happy, and you can be even a bit pushy and standoffish when it comes to other people including you in ways that could give you emotional happiness that you're not used to. So it might be good for you to open your heart, open the moon, accept that, you have your own ways of making yourself happy. But I think the heart needs to open in this chart and be aware of how you can open yourself to different ways of being emotionally fulfilled while still holding your boundaries. You like being alone. That's a part of who you are. This is this dark moon Atmakaraka. Part of who you are is having pets, knowing how to be alone, and how to be happy alone. This is very much a Saturn part of this reality in a lot of ways. But the sun is teaching you in this Rahu, Ketu, 40s maturation era of how to shine, of how to be loved and respected and validated for who you are outside of your lonely little solipsism, your own lonely little world. So the key here is emotional realization. That's, I think, the key that I could give to this reading. It's very important for you to have emotional realization and see how, when you have those emotional impulses like a baby crying, don't just write those off. Don't ignore those. When those moments happen, it's a key part of who you are as Moon Atmakaraka. Having a happy social life is going to be important for you. You need to be able to learn to remain as a person who likes to be alone, but also come into that realization. Those emotional impulses are important. Don't let Saturn and your responsibilities drag you out of that realization. See how you can come into your awareness of your emotional impulses without losing the Saturn things. Because eventually you might find that your job might switch around, your life, the way you organize your whole life, the way you contribute to society in order to stay in it, might change if you start listening to your emotional impulses. And your inclination might be, every time I listen to my emotional impulses, I have to let go of Saturn. And then When I've let go of Saturn, I've let go of my responsibilities, my money, my finances. I've gotten into relationships. I'm chasing love, and now have nothing. Now I have no money. All of this stuff. Now you've let go of Saturn. So then you bring Saturn in again. But what happens is, okay, now I've got to be Saturn. Now I've got to neglect my relationships, neglect my love. And it goes bang, 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 bang. Bring it into cohesion. Start working on listening to your emotional impulses. Write them down. Reflect. Have times of reflection where you're sitting by yourself. Try to do it, if you could do it once a day. I try to do it twice a day, where you just take account. We all only have so much time in the day, but even if you could do this 2 or 3 times a week, where you let everything go, you sit down, you move energy through your nervous system, and you contemplate, what are my emotional impulses telling me? And how have I been neglecting them? And how do I bring them into integration with my current reality? It might mean that you need to make sacrifices. The sacrifice that you would make would involve finding a balance between Leo and Aquarius. Leo being a spiritual element of not just being a tool for society, but actually being regarded and respected for who you are and what you are. This has been a tricky reading, especially because we don't know the exact rising sign. But, there's lots more that we could have gotten into. But my instinct is telling me right now, at least as a Venus Atmakaraka person, for me, I'm Venus Atmakaraka. You are the moon Atmakaraka. It's always going to be important for you to find a balance between the moon and Saturn, between your emotional impulses and still being a valuable contributor to society. And learning to shine through the sun is going to be a key way that you develop the capacity to be respected for who you are while still showing up for your job in society. I think that's the best way. I think that's the best way for me to describe what's going on in this chart for the moment. Now, Itzel, today's been a crazy hurricane of a day for me pulling things together here. I'm happy to have you here on my channel. My pleasure, Itzel. Now, you can always join in again anytime, and I find I do charts for people more than once on my channel. Next time I see you, I'll be like, oh, it's this chart again, and then we'll just move through it and see what other new insights we can get. But for now, let's call that a reading, Itzel. Awesome. I'm glad that you enjoyed that. So thank you very much, Itzel. Let's give Itzel a nice little golfer's clap. Very well done. Very well done. Thank you for sharing. Now, Otessa and anyone else who's just joined, this is a special reading today. I'm looking to get people to join my subscription-based email list. And if you want to get a reading, which we're about to do, I want you to go through a process, and we're going to explain that. For now, let's give thanks to Itzel for joining us, for joining on my email list, and for sharing your chart with us today so we could enjoy doing some astrology using your chart. Now let's have a little bit of chocolate, everybody, before we move on to the next thing. Thank you to everybody. Thank you to Robbie. Don't worry, we're not gone here, folks. We've still got some readings to do. But I'd like to say, Robbie is always hanging out, and he often has a lot of wise things to beef up the conversation, and I appreciate that. That's the fun thing about a channel like this. We can all throw in, and astrology is an art as well as a science. The data is scientific, but the interpretation of the data is going to have different emphases and preferences based on whoever is doing the art of the reading. Now, we are going to do another reading, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to go to the bathroom, but before I do, we have 21 viewers at this present time. Now, all of you who are currently watching and hanging out, we're doing today for a specific purpose because I have recently written a new ebook. And this ebook is really, it's just a sort of something to chew on. It's a gift that I would give to people for subscribing to my channel. Sorry, not my channel. I got to get this figured out properly. I have an email list on my website, and you can go to it by going to dustincormier.com/subscribe. Now I'm about to put this. Thanks for asking, Amir, and thanks for asking, Anna. HTTPS. So what you can do, feel free to go to the link that I've just put in. Ah, darn. I forgot it. Sorry, hold on. Okay. HTTPS dustincormier.com/subscribe. Boy, this is tricky, but I'm getting used to it. So, if you click on the link that I've just sent in the chat, it's dustincormier.com/subscribe. You'll see in the chat that you can click there, and it should send you to my email subscription landing page. It'll say subscribe to my email list below. You'll see this big square that says subscribe. It'll look a little bit like this. Right here. Right? It might be in black for those looking on a phone. And it'll say free ebook, subscribe to my email list below. And then what you do is you put your email into this big blue box with this little yellow circle inside of it. Once you put your email into there, I will know that you have joined my subscription service, my email list of subscriptions. Now, the next thing you want to do is once you've subscribed, I will be able to see your email in the subscription. Now, the next thing to do, I'll give everybody a little bit of a moment. We've got to go through this once or twice. I'm learning this. My first time doing what we're doing here today. Once I have your subscription, the next thing to do is to email me. Now, I want you to email me at astrology. You can respond to my welcome email. And if you don't get a welcome email, you might want to check your spam folder. The next thing we need to do, because I need to know your YouTube name. So do me a favor, if you're just subscribing now, type in, send me an email, or you can respond to the welcome email that I send you. And give me your birth time, your birth date, your birthplace, and your YouTube name. So I'm going to put this here. Send me through email your birth time, birth date, birthplace, and your YouTube name. Now, I need to see your email as a subscriber in order to be considered here, right? So this is going to be the necessary way that we move through in bringing people onto the channel. Now I can see we've got somebody here. and I want to make sure. Okay, cool. So we've got some folks. I can see Amir. So, Amir, you have joined. Congratulations. And also, I'm assuming, it seems to me that Anna is probably joined here as well. But again, the thing is that I can't know that you have joined until you send me an email with your birth time information and your name in particular. So it looks like we have 15 people hanging out with us at present. Now, if everybody who is here is interested, let's get ready for another reading. So let's do a roll call. Everybody who's on YouTube right now, let me know who's here. Raise up your hand and say, I'm interested in a reading. And if you're here and you're ready for a reading, we'll be able to do the reading with you. So roll call, everybody. Who's here? Who still wants a reading? You can just put it right in the YouTube chat. Hey there, Toxica. Hey there, MD. Good. I've got your email here. Robbie, I got you here as well. Anybody else? Sasha, C, Relika, I got your email, Relika. Let's see here. Let me think. I better make sure. And, oh yes, and I did get Anna. Good. All right, I got Anna. Jasmine, Anna, Relika. I did get yours in here. Yep. So Sasha, C, Relika, Anna, Jasmine, Maria. Very good. Everybody here is in my email subscription list. Now let's give a moment for anybody. We got 15 people here. Again, if you're interested, now's our time for our roll call. Put your name in, and everybody here has subscribed, and so I'll be able to choose your name, and we're going to be able to do a reading for you. Anybody else, just let me know, put your name in, and we'll go through the process again, because we're doing pretty good. We're figuring it out here, folks, and I'm pretty happy about that. Now, let's do, I can see everyone is here for our roll call, and I'm happy about that. For the moment, let's, there we go. Gal is here, Amir here. Okay, Gal, let's see. I think that I got you. Yes, I got your email. Good. Okay. I can see you're all here for the roll call. Let's do a quick bathroom. And when I come back, we're going to pick out of the list of people who have just put all of your names in for the roll call. And we're going to do our second reading of the day. Okay? So for now, I'm going to put this puppy up. Oopsie doodle. Yeah. All right. So we're going to do a quick bathroom break, folks. Just number one, just a quick, not number two, not the big one, the small one. And then we're going to come back, and I'm going to pick the names out of who have just been roll called. So I'll see you guys in just 1 second. Whew. I'm going to be with you guys in just a second. Let's see here. Of course. This will do. All right. Aloha. Hey there, Otessa. All right, so let's make sure that Otessa is on what's happening here. Okay, so we've got our roll call. Now, Otessa, I'd love to give you a chance to get in here. So, for Otessa and anybody who has perhaps just joined in, we're about to do our next reading. And if you want to be considered for a reading, what you want to do is first go to the link I'm about to send. dustincormier.com/subscribe. Oh, good. Incognito Nebula. Okay. So now, once you've sent me... Oh, Tessa, looks like you're in. Good, I've got Sal. Now somebody has... Okay, yeah, so Incognito Nebula, I got you. Incognito Nebula is in. I guess I better check to make sure. Yes, yep, I gotcha. And Otessa, it looks like I've got your welcome email. Now let me just see if I've got you in my subscribers. Gotcha. All right, everyone's here. Great roll call, everybody. So everybody who is in here, Toxica, MD, Robbie, C, Sasha, Relika, Anna, Jasmine, Maria, Emir, Gal, Otessa, Incognito, you have successfully gone through the rigmarole. You've jumped through the proper hoops. And now you have a chance for a reading, and you're here with me live. Thank you guys so much for being a part of this with me. I hope you guys enjoy the free ebook. Don't feel the need to read it, but it's just a little teaser for more of the works that I'm going to have coming soon. I've got courses happening soon. I've got books happening. Particularly while I've been up here in my cottage, I've been writing these books. And I have a lot of faith in them, and you're going to be the first to hear about them now that you've joined my email list. So thank you very much. I'm not one to plague people with a million emails, but if you ever do get sick of any emails I send, you can always unsubscribe at the bottom of any email that I do send. For now, thank you for being a part of this with me, everybody. Now, let's pick. We have our roll call. I'm going to pick a number. Let's say, I'm going to keep this here for the moment. Got quite a few people here. I'm going to do 24. Yeah, let's go 24. I'm going to start at the bottom today for this one. So let's start with Incognito Nebula. Going from 24. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. I landed on our friend Gal. Thank you very much, Gal. And thank you to everybody for moving through exactly what we have intended to move through here. You're all doing great. and flowing with me on this craziness here today. Capricorn full moon, folks. We just got to deal with the technology and the energy and the craziness. But gal, you have been chosen for our live reading today. Let me know, gal, are you still here with us? I have your birth time here. Oh, it's cool that you are. I can see that you were born 1992. You're from Iran. It's very nice to have you here. Here in Canada, I just went through a very cool festival called Bhumi. And the Bhumi festival was intended to bring together people from all walks of life, but particular, it was focalized on people from Iran. So it was a sort of Iran festival. And I got a wonderful dose of the Iranian people. And I was godsmacked with how beautiful they are and with their culture. You know, here in Canada, you know, I mean, like, I'm an English-speaking person, and the European colonial culture came to Canada in, like, the 1600s, which is only about 400 years ago. So the closest thing that we have to an old song that comes through my English language is like, you know, Old MacDonald had a farm. But at Bhumi, this Persian festival I went to, this it wasn't just Persian, it was all people from Iran. I was hearing songs that people have been singing for thousands of years, like 2,000 years old songs. It was something. Awesome. Okay, Sal. So, I've got your birth time here. January, February, March, April 9th, 1992. This week we've got the year of the monkey. Now, gal, my friend, in the information that you gave, you put your birth time as 10:30. I'd like to confirm, is that 10:30 a.m. or 10:30 p.m.? Just let me know so I know for sure. I'm assuming it's 10:30 a.m., but do me a favor and just let me know for sure if that's the case. And now, I think it wouldn't, you know, in my brain, in the English-speaking world, gal often is like a girl. But, you know, let me confirm your gender as well. If you feel like sharing it, you don't necessarily have to, because we could still do the reading without your gender. But let me know, gal, if you identify with any particular pronouns, with he or she, or anything in between, as well as to be sure about the time, the birth time that you have, whether it's 10:30 a.m. or 10:30 p.m. Nice to hear your history with the Persian culture. Dude, the Persian culture knocked me the fuck out, dude. Like, I was godsmacked, man. I'm telling you, like, it was such a beautiful, beautiful taste of the Persian culture. So what's nice about Canada is that these festivals happen where people bring in the depths of their culture, and I get to witness it in my own, not my own backyard, but kinda. So it's beautiful. Just beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Sanandaj. So I have Sanandaj, Kurdistan in Iran. Yeah, I loved it, gal. So, gal, do me a favor. Let me know if you were born 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. I need that before I can move on with this reading. It looks like, you know, maybe if you're doing military time, 10:30 a.m. Thank you. Perfect. And also, if you feel like it, let me know if you consider yourself to be a male or a female, just so I can know for sure. That way, you can align things a little bit better if you know the gender of the person. Male. Okay, perfect. Thanks, Gal. So we have a male, and you're from Iran. You're born 1992, so you're 2 years younger than me. And you're April. I'm 33, turning 34, so you'd be 31. So you're probably 32 now. Your Mercury just matured. All right. So I think we have officially started our next reading, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, you're 33 already. I don't know why I have such difficulty. Oh, yeah, duh. I'm 1991. Okay. So you're 33 years old. So you have been going through two major shifts happen at the age of 32. Number one is that Mercury matures. Number two is that the Jupiter period starts. This is different from the dasha. And Saturn also is going to be maturing soon, as Robbie has noted. So we have here a Gemini rising. Now let me know, Gal, if this is what you're used to using. If you're used to, whoopsie doodle, I thought you guys could see me there. Here we have Gemini rising. I'm going to take this off for now. Maybe I'll leave it there. What the heck? Gemini rising at 23 degrees of Gemini. Yes, that is correct, Robbie. At 32 years old, the Venus period ends and the Jupiter period begins. Now, there's a difference. That's right. Okay. Thank you, Gal. So there's a difference between the period and the dasha. The period is something we all experience at the same time. The dasha is an internal clock that only you experience. It's significant that you're in the Saturn Mahadasha because you have the North Node in the same place that I do, really. You've got the North Node with Uranus and Neptune in the sign of Capricorn. Now, something a little bit difficult and tricky about this chart is the moon is with the South Node, has no planets to the left or right of it. So we have a pretty sharp, as well it's in what's called, it's in an angle from the sun. It's in an apoklima from the sun. So that adds up to a tricky experience with the moon. You have something called chemadroma going on in your chart. I always look for chemadroma. It's nice that you've got Saturn well placed. That's going to be a good thing for this chart. Although the moon is at an angle from Saturn. Saturn has no help from its friends. It's proud by being in the sign of Aquarius. I'd like to check for sure that it's Mula Tricona. Yes. So Saturn's in its Mula Tricona, which is at least nice. And it's Vargatama too. So when Saturn, Mula Tricona means basically that Saturn is in the sign of Aquarius, where it's proud. It has the ability to shine strongly. Yes, if you're talking about the pitfall, Gal, the pitfall is chemadroma that I'm going to talk about in a moment. But, you know, it's tricky too because the South Node is in Cancer. So that's going to be a big part of this conversation. The South Node being in Cancer and the moon being in some difficult placements is going to bring some difficulty to this chart. Saturn is the north node lord. And Saturn seems to be doing pretty okay in the sign of Aquarius. But it is starved by the moon. It's got a little bit of difficulty. It's kind of an interesting thing going on here. So that axis is probably going to be the main conversation to be had in this chart. The south node in Cancer in the 2nd house. North node in Capricorn in the 8th house. Saturn is technically doing well, but it's starved in the Lajtadi Avashtas. The moon is delighted by its friends, but it's having difficulty in the chart. Bit of a mixed bag going on in this reading, but we're going to scratch into it as we kind of move along. It's interesting that, yes, we have Mercury Atmakaraka, and it is Vargatama. So Vargatama means that a planet is in the same sign in the birth chart as it is in the Navamsha chart. Venus is also Vargatama. I've seen 3 planets that are Vargatama. And Vargatama is a nice thing. Vargatama means that there's an alignment of the birth chart with the Navamsha chart. Now, yes, I do have you as retrograde Mercury, and you're saying that it's stationary. That's interesting. I'm going to look up your chart in another chart software just to make sure that I'm getting mutual readings all across the board here, because I do have you as having Mercury retrograde. Let's just see if this is a universal thing here. I'm going to put you as Iran. Oops. So hopefully you guys can, yeah. So I'm going to put you in here to Astrodienst. Sun and Dodge. Yeah, I've got you Mercury retrograde here too. See, there's a little R in front of the Mercury there. So it seems to me in most of the softwares, in both of the softwares that I'm using, that I've got you as Mercury retrograde. Sal. So yeah, lots of things kind of get calculated slightly differently when a planet is retrograde. Your reference was AstroSeek. I would say, since Astrodienst and my Kala software says that your Mercury is retrograde, I mean, it might be on the cusp of being retrograde or whatever, but it seems to me that it's retrograde. I could probably check Chestabala. Yeah, it's 93. There's usually a way to kind of check it in a more sure way. But I would say that your Mercury is retrograde. Now, I'm looking for little things like sometimes there's trade-offs of planets. Yeah, so you've got a cool mutual exchange. This is actually an important one of Jupiter and Mercury. I'm glad I looked for it. Mercury is in Jupiter's sign of Pisces, and Jupiter is in Mercury's sign of Virgo. They're opposite to each other. That is going to play an important part of this reading, mainly because Mercury is the Atmakaraka. And both unhappy, that is correct. But that unhappiness can be conveyed in many different ways. What's nice is that Mercury is Vargatama. It's close to the 10th house cusp. The 10th house cusp, well, the 10th house cusp is falling at 2 degrees Pisces. still in the same sign as the 10th house cusp. Generally, the planets do better around the 10th house cusp. It's still kind of far away from it. Now, this Mercury is debilitated, and it's interesting that we have the Atmakaraka Mercury. It is debilitated in the sign of Pisces. I get along very well with people with your specific. I'm actually looking to find in my life, if I ever have any deep partnership with somebody, they would have Mercury in exactly the place you have it, because I've got Venus opposite your Mercury. It's debilitated, and it's also Vargatama. So Vargatama, remember, that means that your Mercury is in Pisces in the birth chart, and it's in Pisces in the Navamsha chart. And there is a goodness there. Vargatama, especially for the Atmakaraka, you've got a very mystical Mercury here. But it does go to show, especially because Mercury rules your rising sign and your 4th house, it would go to show that it's very important for you to be as meticulous and methodical and aware of your Mercury as possible. Life is teaching you through your chart to come into a concise awareness of Mercury. Unfortunately, it sucks that I'm sure my audio is off. While we're here, let's in service to Mercury and making sure of all the small things. No, that wouldn't work. I learned recently. I want to take off the stream and then come back up and see if the audio comes back into sync. But I'm learning that actually it's not the audio, it's my software. So I'm going to deal with that later. It's okay, gal. No, I'm learning about how this computer stuff works, and I think that I've just got to clean out my hard drive and do a bunch of stuff. So I'm going to stay on track here. Mercury is your Atmakaraka, and it's Vargatama in the sign of Pisces. That really, you can really see a lot about yourself and say a lot about yourself. Pisces is a sign of moksha. Moksha is the sign of liberation. There's a real spiritual connotation of being Mercury Swamsha. Of being Pisces Swamsha. Really what we could even do is just to, there's a lot of people who have good articles on Pisces Swamsha. The main thing I want to see is the phrase that Jaimini gives for Pisces Swamsha. Usually, Eye of the Veda. This is Corey Dowd's. And he usually takes it from this article, I think, was written by somebody else, not him, but he got permission to share it on his website. So this is Pisces Swamsha. It's the last sign of the zodiac. Now, for everybody watching, let's just do a quick little rigmarole here. Remember that the Swamsha is what happens when you take your Atmakaraka, take the planet with the highest degrees in the chart. In this case, for Sal here, it's Mercury. Mercury is at 28 degrees of Pisces. That is the planet with the highest degrees in its sign, not including Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, or Rahu or Ketu. Mercury has the highest degrees in the chart. And what we do is we look for where this planet is situated in what's called the Navamsha chart. The Navamsha chart, again, for everybody watching, if you've ever gotten into Tropical Vedic Astrology or Vedic Astrology, it's almost like the decanates. It's the degrees of a planet put that planet in a harmonic chart. Each of these planets in the birth chart are also resonating in these harmonic charts. There'll be a lot to explain there. But the Navamsha harmonic is when you split the 30 degrees of a sign into 9 pieces. And the 9 relates to our path in life. It relates a lot to marriage, but it also relates to the ashram. It's a deep part of the true role that we have in our lives. So that's why we say, when you find the Atmakarka's position in the Navamsha chart, you're going to see a very key dimension of what is the true purpose and energy of the person in question. It's a very important dimension of Vedic astrology. So this person has some very strong Pisces energy, especially because Mercury, when you find the Atmakarka in the birth chart, that sign is going to be important. But this is real Pisces Swamsha. You might even do well, gal, to learn about, there's Ernst Wilhelm's doing a series on the Adityas. And you are Dhata Aditya. To learn about that would be good for you too. But let's stay focused. Pisces, as the last sign of the zodiac, is the most spiritual sign. It's the sign of Kaivalya, the liberation of consciousness, according to Jaimini. Jaimini also says perpetual dharma relates to Pisces, which seems to convey that Pisces is a sign of steady spiritual progress throughout the life of the native. As long as the chart points in that direction, we find this is true. But you'll also find in many cases Pisces Swamsha can live a very negative life and are most definitely not progressing spiritually as well. So it's not always the case. Edgar Cayce was a Pisces Swamsha. Robin Williams was a Pisces Swamsha. So he had those difficult karmas. Another example is Roy Eugene Davis, who's a teacher in my lineage. So Pisces Swamsha has this way of, it's a spiritual sign. But what Jaimini says is that this person who has this inclination of this Pisces signature is going to experience perpetual dharma. But perpetual dharma basically means that Kaivalya, liberation, is working through you. And it's either going to drag you kicking and screaming, or you will let go of the ego. You will let go of how you think your life is supposed to go. Roll your shoulders back, open your heart, and learn to listen to the impulses of the living cosmos and of your soul. Because your soul is alive, and it is like a pool ball. It's got a trajectory, and it has a place that it is destined to go. Now, sometimes when you're playing pool, you're trying to aim for that little pocket. You hit it and you go bang. And that pool ball, it's either going to go in the pocket you intended to, or it's going to go everywhere else, and it's not going to go where you wanted it to go. Pisces Swamsha, when we say perpetual dharma, what it means is that it's going to drag you along to the ideal. The ideal exists through this soul. And this is a very important part of who you are, is not expecting to get in the hole all the time. What it's more about is accepting wherever the ball goes. Knowing that eventually you're going to make it to the end of this pool game. You might lose this pool game, but somewhere along the lines, the balls are going to be going exactly where they're supposed to go. Now, in the case of a person who is still working through their spirituality, it can be very painful to feel like things are not the way you want them to be. Awesome, gal. It can be very painful to feel like the universe is not giving you what you want. And the thing is that, again, this is an energy of people, mystical people. They have this feeling of like, oh, fuck me. The universe is not on my side right now. Oh, this happened to me in my life, and it's because God has put it this way. Also, when good things happen, I could say the same thing. Oh, thank God. God has helped me to do this thing. And of course, that is the case. The mysticism of the cosmos is always running like a river underneath the current of what we're doing. I think I can move this now. Whoops. But we have to learn to accept and trust wherever it takes us. And the Pisces Swamsha person is more inclined to think about this stuff than anybody else, for better or worse. Now, with Mercury is a funny thing because Mercury in Pisces is going to be inclined to let the details slip because I know God will take care of it. So Mercury, especially with the Mercury-Jupiter opposition that you've got, which we're about to talk about, so we can see Mercury is in Jupiter's sign and Jupiter is in Mercury's sign. This is a key part of this reading, especially because this is happening in an earth and water axis. It's important because you also have the south node and north node working through an earth and water axis as well. Earth and water relate to yin. They are feminine signs. They relate to our experience of what we have, what we are, what we feel. Mercury in Pisces being debilitated there is going to be inclined to skim the details of things. They might not communicate necessarily properly about how to deal effectively with problems in their lives, in situations that come up, because they believe God will take care of them. Now with Jupiter in Virgo, there's going to be times where you should just accept that God is taking care of this thing. But Jupiter says, no, I've got to figure it out. I've got to get into these details. So both of these are, there's times when you have to let go and let God. And there's times where you have to pay attention to the fine print. And you might be inclined to do the wrong thing in both of these situations. This is probably going to be a key part of this chart experience. And it's a bit of a tricky situation. Now, this ultimately what we have to say is that you are Mercury Atmakaraka. And it's nice that Jupiter, the great benefic Jupiter, is falling into the sign that rules your Atmakaraka. That's a nice thing. And when we look deeply into your chart, we can see Jupiter, though it's starved by Mercury pretty strongly, it still has a nice angle from the sun. It's even got a little bit of an angle from the moon. It's kind of sextile there like that. And it's opposite its friend Mars. That's really helpful for Jupiter as well. Jupiter's opposite its friend Mars. That's going to help Jupiter to instigate the noble faith in following through on what its destiny is. Because this is what Jupiter needs to do when it's in Virgo. When Jupiter's in Virgo, what can kind of happen sometimes is you make this big plan. I got Jupiter in Virgo too. You make this big plan and you organize this strategy for conquering your soul, and your whole life you've got this big plan that you've marked out, and you believe that God is helping you make this plan. And then God is this jester, you see, where you're busy working on this plan that you think is you've been pushed through. And what happens is God comes along and knocks on the back of your head. Says, hello, anybody home? And with Jupiter in Virgo, Jupiter says, excuse me, God, I'm busy looking for you over here. I've got a plan here, you see, so I'm looking for you over here, so don't bother me. And then you just stay busy with whatever it is that you're trying to build over here, while God is knocking at your window back here. Hello, I'm actually right here, right here. And as Robbie's saying, Jupiter is being helped out by its friends. But this is still something to keep in mind and to think about, is how are my plans in life obstructing what God wants for me right now? Now, the tricky thing with Mercury in Pisces is that sometimes the opposite will happen. I could tell what I just told you, and you could say, oh, okay, I get it. God is here all the time, which means I have to be a mystic, which means I have to listen to my impulses, which means I can't plan anything. And that's not necessarily the best way to go about this either. At age 32, your Mercury has just matured, which means that something is coming through you right now, teaching you the importance of fine details, of doing what you need to do with these fine details, and learning how to attack and approach the things you want in life. Playing the others planet in your individuality house constantly gets things out of control. So when you say others, I wonder if you mean the dark Karaka. No. I wonder if you mean by the others just Jupiter being opposite your Atmakaraka, because there is an energy there. It's not such a bad thing having a benefic like Jupiter in the 7th house from your Atmakaraka. There is a signification of luck in love a little bit there. It's interesting that you got the 7th lord in that 4th house. And Jupiter, it's got plenty of Shadbala, and so does its friend the Sun, and so does its friend Mercury. So this Jupiter's not really that weak. It's not that crazy. It's not that bad. It's not, what I would say more than anything is that you probably do have a desire to work through the 10th and 7th house through the 4th house. The 4th house is about your individuality, but it's also about your private life. Yeah, the 7th and 10th ruler. So the planet of others. Got it. So Jupiter's playing the others through the 7th and 10th house. In your individuality house, the 4th house. The 4th house resonates with the moon. I would really say that if other people are giving you trouble, that probably has more to do with your Chemadrama moon than anything. And that would be a key part of this reading. If I was doing a reading with you, we would definitely be talking a lot about this axis. The South Node in Cancer with the moon there, the North Node in Capricorn. It's even important for us at some point, it would be good for us to talk about the Jaguar and the Crocodile. The Crocodile is the 2nd house. The Jaguar is the 8th house. Just for the sake of it, just for mentioning it, there's going to be a need for this person to develop their own root, financial, and erotic resources, feeling like they've got abundance themselves as an individual, and combining with powerful groups through the 8th house is going to be a part of how you develop your root. And these two can easily eat each other. The 2nd house is the Crocodile. It's my resources, my individuality. You need to have your own individual resources in order to work well with people in powerful groups. Because if you go out to Costa Rica and you want to set up a yoga commune with some people and bring people from all over the world to come and live at this yoga commune, and you're going to invest a certain amount of money and time and energy through the 8th house with all of these people. If you do that, but you have no individual income stream yourself, you have no roots, you have no entrepreneurial capacities, your 2nd house is not well situated, then when this group adventure goes up and it goes down, because that's the 8th house, you've got a whole bunch of people's money stewing and mixing together in one unstable thing. That's okay. That can be a very powerful thing to have that unstable, risky group ventures with money. That's the Jaguar. The Jaguar is the 8th house, and it's very powerful. But you need to have your own Crocodile in order to survive. You need to have financial awareness and acuity. You You should learn about investments. You should have some kind of gig where you can take a regular income and save 15% of your money right off the top and save it in some kind of investment so your money grows, so that but when you eventually work through the 8th house, especially when you get to age 36 and into your 40s, you and me, you in particular, because you have this north node with Uranus and Neptune in the 8th house, you're probably going to involve your money with people in powerful ways that go up and down, and it's going to be important for you to have your own financial awareness. So that axis is very important in this chart. So what I want to read right now, while we're here, what's very important to this reading, and this is going to be, I'm happy to read this because it's not very often that it lines up where I can show people the importance of what we call Parivartana Yoga. This is a wonderful book written by a guy who's a sidereal astrologer. His name is Alan Anand. And Parivartana Yoga is what happens when one planet is in another planet's sign, and that planet is in that planet's sign. In this case, Mercury is in Jupiter's sign of Pisces, and Jupiter is in Mercury's sign of Virgo. These planets are opposite each other. The oppositions always happen with Mercury and Jupiter. Am I right on that? No, I'm not right on that. Whatever, that's okay. It's more of the squares is what I'm thinking of. I digress. I had a thought that is not coming through soundly in the way that I thought it would, but that's okay. I'm going to reel back and say what's important for our conversation now is that Mercury and Jupiter are in each other's signs, and they're in a 7th house relationship to each other, which has specific connotations. Now, what I want to read next, hello there, Rishab. There is a major degree difference, but they're still in each other's signs. And this is the important thing with Parivartana Yoga. It's not about the opposition. What we're mostly talking about is that one is in the other's sign. And this is the special thing that happens only with certain circumstances. So, like this one, like the one that we're dealing with. So let's take a look at what happens when we have the 7th Lord exchanging with the 7th Lord. For some reason, this isn't giving it to me. $190. You'll have to excuse me here for a moment, folks. In each other's sign, yeah. Why is there not a 7th and a 7th? The 7th. Oh, duh. Okay. I'm a dumbass. Okay. So, Rishab, just so you know, we have done one reading, and this is our second reading, and then we're going to have a final reading somewhere around probably 120, 130. So here we have the 4th Lord exchanging with the 10th Lord. That's what I was looking for a second there. My brain was just not there, but now we got it figured out. So, again, folks, Mercury rules the 4th house and it's in the 10th house. Jupiter rules the 10th house and it's in the 4th house. So we have what's called a Parivartana Yoga. This is actually a Maha Parivartana Yoga. And the lords are in a 7-7 relationship, which means Jupiter is in Mercury's 7th house and Mercury is in Jupiter's 7th house. It's an exchange of the 4th and 10th lord. So, when the 4th lord's in the 10th, the person has royal honors, they're an alchemist, they're extremely pleased, they'll have pleasures and will be conquerors of the 5 senses. It's a nice thing to have the 4th lord in the 10th house. And if the 10th lord is in the 4th, the person will have happiness, devoted to his mother and interested in his mother's welfare. They'll have conveyances, vehicles, land, houses, be virtuous and wealthy. This is just general Bhava Yoga exchanges. Now let's dig into the guts here. What happens when the 4th and the 10th lords are in mutual exchange? It's a Maha Parivartana Yoga. And they're exchanging in Kendra houses, which is angles, right? These are 2 angle lords exchanging. Now, there's something called Sambandha between these 2 lords in mutual aspect, and this further strengthens each other's significations. I should know what that means, but at this moment, I'm going to have to digest what that means later. But this is a strong indication. So, especially because this is involved with Mercury as the Atmakaraka. This should be a big thing happening in this person's chart. So, Sal, let me know what you get out of this. This is what we read. So this person's moral standards are made known within their social milieu, within the people that they hang around, such that his ethical conduct becomes a subject for public scrutiny and commentary. You're probably a person who's well known for your morals, your moral standards. And so whenever you think about doing something through your 4th house, whenever you think about doing something for yourself in your private life, how you live your private life is something that interacts with your 10th house, which is your public sphere. So people might scrutinize how you live your life. So you don't hang around with too many people then, eh, gal? That's okay. Now, what ends up happening is that on the balance overall, this person's standards are consistent with the moral standards of the public at large. This person is interested and involved in politics. They may identify strongly with their community, their constituency, and their country, and vice versa. The country relates to this person and their public image and how they convey themselves. So this qualifies this person for a spokesperson or a leadership role. It's interesting that you have, of course, you being Pisces Swamsha and Mercury being your Atmakaraka. It's probably important for you to be a man of the world, to be a man of earth, to do contracts, to organize and manage people, to be a business person, to be somebody who is probably accepts your capacity to have material responsibilities, entrepreneurship, and for whatever you do as an entrepreneurial person to be regarded by the public as conveying the standard, the moral and ethical standard of proper human conduct. What's tricky is that you're a Pisces Swamsha, which means you probably also don't give a shit about any of that. Ketu on the moon in the second house. This is going to play with your second house. But I want to challenge you, gal. Because all you've said, that you don't hang around with people much. You're probably a bit of a loner. Especially because the Mercury Makaraka is working through Pisces energy. But gal, I want to challenge you, because what Robbie's saying is correct, is that it's okay to not give a shit. And, let's say like the ultimate leader of a community is like the person who's playing pool. He's not going to take it like a good sport. He's not going to take it personally. When I'm the leader, it's all falling on me. All these responsibilities are falling on me. No one else is holding this pool cue, so I'll do it for the community. And he hits the ball, and the ball doesn't go in the hole. And the whole community goes, oh my God, what a big deal. A good king says, I'm the one in the hot seat right now. Nobody else took the responsibility to take on these responsibilities. So I'll do it, and if I fail, if I don't do my job correctly, I can see my computer skipping a bit. Hopefully I haven't lost too much of my audio tracking here. CA Incognito. If the king, the leader of the community, does what he does, and things fall apart and things fail, he's not going to take it personally. The ball is not in his hands. Thank you, Robbie. Good. The ball is not in his hand. So the ball is going to do what it's going to do. A good king is not going to take it personally. He's got to have all these responsibilities, and when any of them fail, he's not going to take it personally because he is connected to the Brahmins who are telling him that this is your soul karma. Your soul karma is to abide by the responsibilities that destiny has given you. And your responsibility is not to succeed in them. Your responsibility is to use the responsibilities that destiny gives you as a vessel for perpetuating the Dharma, which is just following your chosen path. Following and holding responsibility for all that you can, managing all that you can, and not taking it personally if they do very well or if they do poorly. That is a huge load to bear, especially for a Pisces Swamsha. But if you listen to your nervous system, you will find that the divine is moving through you to seek the ultimate way of embodying Dharma. And gal, if you find that running away from the world, like Pisces can tend to, getting away from those responsibilities, getting away from the public scrutiny, getting away from taking care of material things, if you think getting away from these things is going to give you happiness and liberation, maybe, you should try it. See what it does, see how it feels. You might have to let go of a few pool games. You might have to let go of a few enterprises that aren't working, that are ultimately draining you as this goes on. I think this is going to be part of your karma, especially with the South Node, with the moon in the second house, and the North Node in the 8th house. You might find that you're organizing monetary and emotional energy. This is the tough one that's going to be tough for you. So not only are you holding money and dealing with money and responsibilities in this way, but you're also holding the emotional energy of all the people who are involved with what you're doing. Regardless of your feelings, you have a dharma to uphold. And you need to find what this means for you and how to deal with it most appropriately. And the only way for you to do that is to enter the spiritual realm, listen, and
detach from the blinking lights and come into your soul desires and resources and experiences and follow that. The tricky part is that is going to lead you into worldly affairs. And you need to find a balance between these two. Now, let's read a little bit more about what we can get from this mutual yoga between the 4th Lord and the 10th Lord. What we read is that your mother is likely successful in business. She enjoys an excellent reputation within her social circle. She may be well-traveled. However, she may not enjoy a long lifespan. So your mother may be having the 4th Lord of the mother in the 10th house. She might be giving you this idea of being a successful person, success within your social circle. Now, gal, what we read, it's funny because a lot of this is probably antagonistic to the Pisces energy and the Mercury and Pisces energy. But again, I have to challenge you. If I was doing a reading for you, I would be challenging you and saying, you've got all this opportunity in business. You might get an education related to business, like degrees in commerce or finance, or maybe even a license in real estate, dealing with land. You might be inclined to a career in agriculture, mining, construction, hotel management, car dealerships, real estate, etc. And you might also get into professions such as education, architecture, psychology, social work, and work with the government. You might find that your mother especially, and perhaps your family, has pushed you to have a sense of a strong business mentality with regards to these things. You're a mathematician. So obviously you've got a skill and a strength in mathematics that you can apply. And it's good for you to have this skill and to use it because this is obviously a talent that you have and it's part of who you are. But it's one thing to be able to use just, your incredible brain power to do anything you want with mathematics. It's another thing to manage money, energy, and community resources skillfully in a way which is going to bring abundance and a proper sense of worldly success. And you might be inclined not to learn about how to make worldly success possible for yourself because it might not necessarily feel like the most important thing for you. But I encourage you to consider that it seems to me the way your karma is worked out, you could do well in asset management. Yeah, I could see that for sure. Although what would be tricky is, it's true you would do well, I think, in asset management. Why is my thing not coming? You have to be very conscious of how to use Mercury, buddhi. You want to be very conscious of how to apply Mercury, which is buddhi, which is patience, mental clarity, and being able to communicate and deal with many moving parts and pieces. That would be important when it comes to asset management because you're a mathematician. You have a skill with numbers. The next thing would be I think that you have a destiny to exercise your moksha, your liberation, your Pisces energy. You seek moksha, you seek dharma, you seek to be liberated from the world. But the world is like this spinning carousel, and you're at the center. And the world is always changing, coming up, coming down, and you are always changing. going in and going out. You might go a few years and think you're a completely different person, because Pisces, especially Mercury in Pisces, can be slippery in this way. The Dharma is when we align thought, word, and action. And you have a responsibility. It doesn't matter when the ball doesn't go in the hole. It doesn't matter when things melt. When you start up some kind of worldly affair, and it disappears, it falls apart, and then you do another one, it does well for a while, it falls apart, and you had all these people leaning on you, and you lose that success, and that was all part of you gaining experience in order to be smarter about the next one that you're going to do. And it's always going to be probably a painful thing. It's going to be painful that you are not just liberated in moksha, in liberation. I wish I could just be in a cave in the Himalayas and forget it all and neglect it all, and to be isolated by myself. But I would challenge you to consider that the way your chart is oriented, that part of the Dharma for you is to don't take it personally, don't have an ego about it, about any of the personal egotistical aspects of these things. It's just a bit too hard to gain experience from your past encounters. That past experience is there inside of you. It's your emotional realm that is causing you trouble. It's you taking it personally. You know, most people, you should still be able to have a happy, healthy, emotional reality. But it's difficult for you because the watery, emotional side of this equation is so charged that it's painful. You know, you can only digest so much information at a time, which means that you need some emotional self-realization. The fact that the moon is with the south node in Cancer, in the second house, that is going to show a relationship with the water sign of Mercury here in Pisces. It shows that you need emotional integration, which could take a long time. You know, I also have the south node in Cancer, and the south node in Cancer has a lot of work to do with its emotions, and it thinks that it can isolate itself. And it says, you know, I'm more powerful, I'm stronger in my emotions when I detach from the world, when I get away from responsibility, when I get away from emotional connections. But emotional connections are a natural part of who we are. Feeling memory, feeling the sentimental dimensions of our life. The emotional pain that you might experience is probably what's causing the resistance to your Dharma as a person who would have a rich emotional experience and a rich material experience. And the easy way is to escape, to get away from these things. But when you escape from the world, when you escape from money responsibility, when you escape from understanding how money works, when you escape from emotional responsibilities and accountability, when you escape from relationships, if you're escaping out of fear, you are always going to let that fear be the pin that drives your action. And when fear is driving your action, you're never going to win. You have to find some way to come into a relationship with emotions that actually reminds you to, number one, sit with the pain when it happens. Don't run away from it. But also, number two, sit with the joy when it happens. You've got a lot of water energy moving through you. You got a lot of love energy moving through you. And it's important for you to experience this love. And one of the ways that's probably going to do this is probably for Gemini rising to have the North Node in the 8th house with Uranus and Neptune, and Saturn is channeled through that in the 9th house. You've got the 8th Lord falling in the 9th house. It's likely that this is an indicator of marriage, of somebody for whom it's important to connect their monetary energy, their powerful, ambitious energy, lock it in with something that represents a sacred partnership. So it's really what the 9th house is. It's your ashram. And this sacred relationship is either going to be devotion to a guru and an ashram, or it's going to be you as the guru, you as the father, you as the husband in a grihastha relationship, which is the ashram of married life. So, gal, like moving hands through the fire, the only lesson to learn it is to stop doing it. Well, you definitely want to stop burning yourself from what's not working. But gal, I think that the life, especially in the next 4 years, your Saturn's going to mature, and Saturn in the 9th house is going to drag you into a sacred relationship where you have an appropriately sacred relationship that's meaningful and that drags you out of your isolation and into a dharmic sacrifice, a surrender, into something that's bigger than yourself. And it's something that is going to help your Saturn pull together. It's going to be something that is also Saturnian, which means it's going to be a painful sacrifice. It's going to be something where you need to give an exchange that's meaningful and contributes to you and to the other thing that you sacrifice to. Now, you could either do this with some kind of guru and an ashram, or something bigger than yourself, something spiritual, some kind of church, some kind of religion. It could even be something like martial arts, or something, a community that's bigger than yourself that you're contributing to and surrendering your life energy into. And I think relationships and marriage are going to work themselves into this somehow as well. But in order to do that, ultimately, whether it's a guru in an ashram, you're still going to deal with your 7th house energy through that Jupiter in the 4th house. And you're going to deal with this Kemadrama energy, which means the pain of relating emotionally with other people. And you've got this Kemadrama moon, which makes it difficult. You don't have anything in the 12th or the 2nd house from the moon. And the moon is with the South Node. So it's probably painful. You might have had some difficult things happen to you in childhood. You might have had some trauma related to being an emotional person and experiencing your emotions with those around you, especially through the 2nd house. Things related to family, father, mother, brothers and sisters, being a child of your parents, and learning what it means to be a child, to hold and absorb your parents' energy, to take the good while not picking up on their ancestral trauma, digesting your parents' ancestral trauma so that you can come out and make the best out of it. This is the best thing that you could do, is to make the best of it, to have faith that it all is happening for a reason, and take it as part of your dharmic experience. Because especially feeling victimized is the Pisces way, is the Pisces energy, is feeling like I'm a victim of the bad things that happen to me, but I'm so blessed and thankful and graceful for the good things that come to me. That's okay. That's part of who you are. Let it move through. The moon in Hardra would be accustomed to undergoing difficulty. You've also got that South Node in Ardra with the moon there as well. But overcoming difficulty is one thing. Another thing is to allow yourself to roll your shoulders back and experience the joy of life. to experience that there is joy in this life. Now, you might be with the South Node and the Moon in Ardra. You've got Shiva, Rudra energy. And you probably find that one of the ways that you relate with people is by being a protector, helping them burn away bad things, and even being a social protector. But you got to make sure that you aren't just the community watchdog doing all these things and allowing yourself to get angry over things and not taking care of your own dharma. As time goes on, life is going to push you to be aware of your own need to take care of your own dharma, to take care of yourself, to take care of what's good for you, your family, your people, your personal life. With this Jupiter here involved in this interaction, your happiness. And it might be very difficult for you to discover your happiness because Jupiter in Virgo gets scattered. It doesn't know what is the central thing that's going to make me happy. And you probably suffer from the same thing that I do, which is that you're standing on a pentagram, a 5-pointed star on the ocean. When you stand on one point of it, it goes down into the water. And you go very deeply with that. But you go so deeply with it that you begin to lose track of, you begin to fall in the water. So now you have to jump on another point of the star. And you jump on that other point, and it slowly starts to sink again, and then it goes to that point. Now I'm sinking down here. Now I have to hop to another point, and then it goes from there, and it slowly sinks into the other point, which means that you're constantly hopping in the things that make you happy. This can be a very painful thing. It's painful in relationships. I thought this type of person would make me happy. So I found you, I attached to you, I got in a relationship with you, and now I'm finding that this thing is not making me happy. You have to really look beyond those feelings at some level in order to commit to a relationship that's sacred and meaningful. But the tricky thing for you, I should be careful with how I say that, because you don't want to look past your feelings. You have to experiment. Don't let the Pisces energy make you escape from these responsibilities. You have a responsibility to be emotionally accountable for your happiness, which means that even though it seems like there's many moving pieces in your happiness, take accountability for it, contemplate, and sit through whenever you get boredom, is what can happen with Jupiter in Virgo. Whenever you start to feel boredom, commit like a yogi to sitting with it, digesting it, and moving through it, and writing down and contemplating, why does this make me happy? And eventually at some point you've got to make a commitment to something bigger than yourself. And it can't be for your own personal happiness. It has to be because you know that this is your dharma. This is something I can commit to because it's my 9th house, my dharma, my truth. And once you commit to something bigger than yourself, your life will start to come into cohesion, into order. And it's always going to be painful because of your Pisces energy. But I see for you being I see you being a man of the world and having material responsibilities that bring you personal, emotional happiness. It's the earth and the water coming into balance in your chart. Everybody has earth and water in their chart, and it's not a big deal. For you, it feels like a big deal because you have the north and south node here, along with Uranus and Neptune in that north node. And you've got this Jupiter-Mercury opposition, this house exchange in Pisces and Virgo. Water, emotions, a rich emotional inner experience. And earth, material, being accountable for having an economy of energy with the world around you. Making peace with needing these two things is going to be a key part of this energy for this chart. It's going to get easier as you turn 36, 37. But even then, the nodes on the Cancer-Capricorn axis are a tough one. It's going to get easier after 36, 37. And you will commit to some things, but you might not always feel like you committed to the right thing, and you might not commit to the right thing. You know, this is an energy where you need to feel out with your partners. Feel them out. See if they can serve your dharma. Don't just love them because you're lonely and I just need somebody to love me. And see if your partner serves your dharma, and that if you serve their dharma, their ninth house, their deeper picture in life, whatever that is for you. And you've got to find that out for yourself. What do you want to serve in this life that's bigger than you? Find partners that support and believe in that same belief that you have, which is deep down into the core of who you are. And see if your partner and you move to that deeper dharma, because that's Jupiter love. Venus love is that we make each other feel good. Jupiter love is that we are both serving the same purpose. This chart's tricky because the sun is, let's see, is it combusting Venus? It's not combusting Venus, but it's still in the same sign as Venus, and it's exalted. So you've got a sun that is definitely burning the hell out of that Venus, and the moon is a bit of an angle on it too. So this Venus is hurting in your chart. For a man, that shows a little bit more difficulty in having a fair value with your partnerships, and taking care of your own desire for love and joy and goddess Venus things. So I'd also take care to recognize that you've got difficulty with Venus in this chart. Appease Venus. Appease the goddess. Learn how to be happy with womankind. Learn about emotional relationship hygiene. Because Venus is harmed and the moon is Kemadrama, which means that you need to do some work on your feminine side. Listening within. What do your emotions want, and how can you make those emotions work appropriately with a partner? These things are going to make it easier when you finally decide to commit to a world outside of your isolated solipsism. And when you start to commit to things outside of yourself, that's when worldly responsibilities are going to come to you. And it's at that point that you're not serving your own ego, your loneliness. You're serving the world. You're serving the Dharma by committing to these things. That is going to bring you a deeper satisfaction. And eventually, at the end of it all, once you've done your service to the world, find some way to serve the world that's outside of your ego. And you need other people to pull you through your ego. This commitment to something bigger. Guru. Jupiter. Deeper meaning. This will pull you through your own ego in the ringer. And if you do that until you're 70 years old, by the time you're late 60s and you're 70, that will be the time to come into moksha, to release the world. And you'll be able to look back on your life and say, I had a beautiful, blissful human experience. It was hard, it was tough, it was emotional, but I didn't run from it. Then you will have no regrets when you're 65, you're 70 years old. You leave the world behind, you put the hermit's satchel on, and you disappear into the bliss of spiritual moksha. And you should also work on spiritual moksha along the way. Do spiritual practices, get into yoga, get into meditation, do what you've got to do to make yourself energetically flow along the way. I feel pretty good about that. I feel pretty good about this reading. Wow, you got a crazy trine happening between Mercury, the moon in the south node, and Pluto here in these water signs. Beautiful chart. I have high hopes for you, buddy. You got all your planets are pretty good in Shadbala. You know, Venus and Saturn are the two planets that are harmed, which means that there's going to be pain that you have to take account for. Yeah, good. So feel free to rewatch this at any time. You got it here, gal. And, you know, you are now subscribed, which means you're always going to be able to see when I've got other things going on. I got books coming out soon. Eventually, I'm going to do a Tropical Vedic Astrology textbook, an introductory textbook that'll help to give everybody a little extra information as well. So thank you very much, gal. Thank you very much. Golfers clap. Yes. Well done. Well done. It's my my Marlon Brando look. What can I do? What can I do? Thank you, gal, for volunteering your chart, for volunteering to be a part of our reading today. And thank you to everybody for joining in and being a part of today's reading. Let's do one more. I'm hungry, but I want to do at least 3 today. I started late, so I want to just hold the bar here. Let's do one more reading. Yes. Yeah, that's true, Robbie. I like the way you think here. If I ever do a reading for somebody and they don't feel good about it, I can edit their reading out and still keep the reading on for other people. So thank you for that, Robbie. All right, Rishabh's ready to go. Now we have around 18 people watching us live right now. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one more reading to go. Let's get ready to move through it. As you all know, today we are promoting my recent book. It's an ebook that's now available. And I give this ebook out as a little promotional material for people to join my email list, my free email list. My email list is free. It's not the same as the student tier for my courses, which will be coming soon. You can join for free on my email list by going to dustincormier.com/subscribe. So I'm going to put that in here. .com/subscribe. So you can join my email list for free by clicking on the link that you can see in the chat. Once you have joined in there, then I will see your email in my list of email subscribers. And once I have your name in the email subscribers, the next thing to do is to respond to the welcome email that you should find. It should be in your spam folder if you can't find it in your regular folder, in your regular email. And respond to that welcome email with your name on YouTube, as well as your birth date, your birth time, and your birthplace. And it will be there that I can grab your information and do this reading for you. So we've got more people joining in. I might have to say that again, but that's okay. For everybody watching, you've got to subscribe in order to get a free reading today. And then we'll go from there. Now, for everybody here, we got 20 people watching. Let's do a roll call. Who is here? Just type in and say, I'm here, I'm ready for a reading. If you are watching, and if you would like to have a free reading. If your rising sign changes, then Rishabh, that means that you've got a very cuspy rising sign. And that would mean I would recommend you get a birth rectification. Hello, Otessa. Hello, MD, Sasha, C, Emmy, Jasmine, Amir. Everybody else, let's do a roll call here. If you're just watching now, if you're watching live, if you haven't subscribed yet, you can even just say, hi, I'd like a reading. Okay, so Rishabh, you're here too. So now, Rishabh, I'm not sure if you have gone through this whole process yet, because I don't know what is your email. Hello there, Cordy. You're here and you'd like a reading. That's perfect. So we'll go through this again for anybody who is just cluing in and being a part of the reading here. Amir, I've got you here, buddy. And I think I've got you already. Yeah, so I've got Amir, I've got Anna. This would be the one to go to. Okay, so hello Cordy and hello Rishab. You're the only two in our roll call right now that I'm not sure if you have joined yet. Now remember, our reading today is partly predicated on me gaining people to be a part of my readings. Hey there, Robbie. Nice to see you too. So we're doing this roll call. Now, Rishab and Cordy, if you guys want to be a part of our reading today, what you want to do is, if you want to get a reading, you want to click the link that I've just put in the chat. You'll see it says dustincormier.com/subscribe. And that's going to take you to this little page here. And it'll give you this big square here where you can say subscribe. Now what you want to do is want to put your email in, hit the reCAPTCHA, and you subscribe to my email list. You'll have an opportunity to get a free downloadable copy of my book Thread, which you can see right here. You don't need to read it right now or whatever, but it's there for free. And you should get a welcome email. Now, whether or not you get that welcome email, either way, once you have subscribed to my email list, you can respond to the welcome email, or you can just email me at astrology@dustincormier.com. You can respond to me here at astrology@dustincormier.com and send me your name on YouTube, as well as your birth time, your birth date, and your birthplace. By doing so, I can see that I know that your name is on YouTube, and I'll know that you've subscribed to my list of subscribers. It looks to me like Melanie has just joined. I guess I shouldn't be saying names on the emails, but somebody has just joined in our subscription list as well. Now, let me know. Okay, got it. All right, so now I have Cordy. I have Cordy here. Now, Rishab, thank you, Cordy. Now, Rishab, I'm not sure if I have you yet. If you want to be in and a part of this, if to be chosen for a free reading, I'd like you to subscribe to my email list. And then let me know. It looks like I got you now, Rishab. Good. Awesome. And then I've got Melody's birth time as well. Sorry. Yes, I've got everything I need for this person. Now, Rishab, I have you here. So I know, Rishab, I know I've got you. So, Rishab, you can just put in your birth time in the chat here, and I'll be able to get your information from there. But to have things cleared, Rishab, if you email me your birth time, date, and place, it'll make it easier for me. But for now, everybody, we've got Otessa, MD, Sasha, C, Emmy, Jasmine, Amir, Rishab, and Cordy. This is our roll call. Anybody else for roll call? Speak now or forever hold your peace. I'm going to eat this banana for a moment, because we are about to pick our next contestant. Well, I should say thank you, everybody. Maria's here as well. And Maria, I know that you're signed in. Just in time, my dear. Anybody else for roll call? Let's say I'm going to do one more roll call. If you're here, if you're watching. Yeah, what the heck. I'll pick somebody first, because you guys have been patient. And then after we pick somebody at this moment, The next thing is that I'm going to go take a pee, and this will be our last reading for the day. So from all the people that we have here for our roll call, I'm going to pick a number. Let's say, let's do 19. That's a weird number. I got you, Chad. I got you, Robbie. I got you in here. Yeah, I'm going to go with 19, and we're going to start right in the middle. I'm going to bounce around from the middle. So let's go from here. Now's the time for me to pick. With 19, we're about to pick our person. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay, looks like I actually landed on Rishab. Rishab, my friend, you have been chosen. Thank you for showing up. I think I've seen you on my channel before wanting to get a reading, so I'm glad to get you here. Rishab K has been chosen for our reading today. Okay. So thank you, everybody, for joining us here. Of course, if you're enjoying the live stream here, you can still hang out. We have our final reading here for Rishab. Now, of course, we know Rishab has another funky chart with a difficult, with a cuspy birth time. We're still going to give Rishab a reading. And I should say, for everybody, I'm so glad to have you guys here. Thank you for being a part of this today and moving through being a part of the email subscription. Now I have you on my email list. You'll be informed when I do stuff like I've got more books coming out. I'm going to have courses soon. And anything specific, bundles, deals, special videos, anything like that. Now that you're on my email list, you'll be informed about them. And in the future, it's going to be very useful, especially for seeing the books that I'm producing. I've got a new astrology book that's going to be coming out at some point within the next 2 or so years. And I have novels happening. So it's nice to have a community. It's nice to have you guys support me and to go through this stuff. This has been a very Capricorn-y thing for me to pull together and be serious about my career and my life. And you guys are so supportive of me. Thank you very, very much. Now, this is our last reading. Rishab, I'm about to eat a little bit of banana and chocolate. And I think we should do a bathroom. But before we do, I'm going to plug in Rishab's data here. Birth date is the 31st of May. May 31st, 2004. Okay, cool. So 2003 is the goat, so we've got ourselves a wood rooster. Very cool. 13:20 p.m. Right. So you're 30 seconds away from the cusp. Now, Rishab, let me know if you identify with any pronouns of male or female or anything in between. If I know that you're a boy or a girl, oftentimes it's helpful for me in a reading. Now you're in Patiala, Punjab, right. Now there's 2 of these here, but they're close enough that it shouldn't be a problem. May 31st, 2004, 1:20 p.m. Patiala, Punjab. I wonder if that is making a difference. Patiala, Punjab. Nope, same. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. So, Rishab, my friend. Male. Thanks, Cordy. And thanks to everybody for watching. Now, Rishab, I have a question for you. I'm not sure if you're new to my channel, but there is an interesting thing happening here, and I think I know what's causing it. You're from India. Now, in India, you're a youngster, so, okay. In India, you, of course, are the home. India is the home of Vedic astrology. Now, Vedic astrologers in India have always anciently used a certain system, which is called sidereal astrology. In India, the sidereal Vedic astrology is considered, there's a debate going on in the world between the classical Indian astrologers who use sidereal measurements against the Western hemisphere who uses what's called tropical astrology, tropical measurements. And the tropical and sidereal, they're two different ways of measuring a chart. Now, as a Westerner, I tend to use the Western method of what's called tropical astrology. Tropical astrology is a different measurement, but I still use the Vedic philosophy because I'm very interested in all things Eastern. Now, with that being said, you might be used to using a sidereal chart, but for me, being a Westerner, I use what's called tropical Vedic astrology. So I might give you a reading that's slightly different from what you're used to. And in this reading, I have you at 20, your rising sign is at 24 degrees of Virgo. Now, I have to ask you, Rishab, are you aware of this difference? Have you ever heard of this difference? And do you understand, is it okay? Because I don't do sidereal astrology. For me, my intuition moves through what I call tropical astrology. So when I'm doing a sidereal chart, it's just not how I do astrology. So Rishab, let me know what you think about this. Of course, we're here and we're doing this reading for you, but I'm going to do it with you as having Virgo rising at 24 degrees, which means that your sun is in Gemini at 10 degrees and your moon is in Scorpio at 25 minutes. Now, the sidereal signs are still going to be the same. If you're used to being, for example, you're probably used to being Svati moon, right? The moon for you is still going to be in Svati. The sidereal placements are the same, but the Rashi signs are going to be different. So how does that feel for you, Rishab? Are you okay with that? Are you used to that? Are you aware of that being a thing? I don't want to move forward, Rishab, until I hear a little bit from you, because there's people here. I could just do a reading for you without you being here, but I'm getting some radio silence from you, Rishab. I prefer for you to be here live for this reading. Chocolate. So let me know if you're here, Rishab. Oh, here we go. Right. So Rishab, there's a difference what you call Vedic, Vedic is a way of interpreting the planets. What you're referring to is sidereal astrology. In sidereal astrology, your moon is in Libra and your sun is in Taurus. I am a tropical Vedic astrologer, which means that I would put your sun in Gemini and your moon in the sign of Scorpio. Now, you are still here with me, so what we have to do here, my friend, is this is an opportunity for you to experiment, Rishabh, and to see what it's like when you get your chart read by a Westerner who is using tropical Vedic measurements. Now, this is the way that I roll on my channel here. So even if you don't follow tropical, I think this would be a good way for you to exercise your brain and to see how we do tropical measurements here in the West. And this is going to put you as Scorpio moon with the sun in Taurus, with the sun in Gemini, and being a Virgo rising. Okay, Rishabh, you're ready for this new experience. That's what I was looking for. Awesome, Rishabh. I'm glad that you're here with me. Now I'm going to have one more bite of my banana, and I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then we're going to finish our final reading of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Rishabh, thank you for being a good sport. I'm going to come right back, and we're going to do your reading for you, okay? Oh, it's so good. Now I'm just going to put this here. I'm going to be right back, folks. I'm just going to go to the bathroom, and then we're going to rock and roll. See you in a sec. Okay, gosh, what a crazy day it's been. All right, let's go. Let's see what Rishabh experiences as a person in India who is usually using the sidereal measurements. Let's see how it feels with a tropical Vedic astrology reading. All right, Rishabh, my friend. Now, you are born in 2004. Which makes you wood rooster. You are in your Jupiter Mahadasha. Being in 2004, that would put you as 13 years younger than me. I'm 33, turning 34, which means you would be 20, turning 21. So you probably just turned 21. 21 years old. Which means you're very much still in the Venus period. Still a young fella. I believe you said you're a male. So, being 21 years old, you've got the world by the tail, and you are still very much in the Venus period of life. Now, it's kind of sucks when you are going through the Venus period in your life and you come into the Jupiter Mahadasha. Those two are kind of in conflict with each other. Having Jupiter in the first house is a nice thing. Jupiter does well in the first house. It's got good digbala there. But the Sthana Bala, interesting. Jupiter does not do so well in the sign of Virgo, but it's happy in the first house. Jupiter is also getting bombed by Venus a little bit. There's a bit of a Venus, sort of like a square going on between Venus and Jupiter there. But thankfully, Jupiter has a good aspect from its friend, the Sun. So overall, Jupiter's a little bit starved in this chart. Venus is harmed by the Sun. Now, it's nice. Venus is retrograde. I would say it's leaning towards being combust as well. But no matter how you dice it or slice it, this Venus is getting harmed by the Sun. It's in the sign of Gemini, and that gives delight to the Venus. But the Sun is definitely really taking over this Venus in a lot of ways. Now, we also have an aspect from the Moon on this Venus as well. So Venus is pretty harmed in this chart. Jupiter's kind of harmed as well. And Saturn in particular, what's going on with Saturn here? Saturn's getting spanked by the Moon. It's not only in trine to the Moon, but it's also in the Moon's sign. So Saturn is really strongly starved and thirsted by the Moon. We've got another oh yeah, okay. So we've got a Chemadrumma. Oh, whoa, cool. So we've got Chemadrumma Moon. And you guys will hear me talk about Chemadrumma Moon a lot when you see it. It's when the Moon is in a sign and it has no planets in the 12th from the Moon and no planets in the second house from the Moon. It's a difficult experience. You know, we could even right away say a lot about that. It would be very important because really what's going on with Rishabh is going through some young man relationship energy experiences. We have a Venus Atmakaraka, and this Venus Atmakaraka person is moving through the Venus Atmakaraka period of life. What is tied into the experience of Venus is relationships, is psychological energy, psychological relationship and erotic energy. And here the Moon, being in the difficult place that the Moon is in, being Chemadrumma, and it is with the South Node. This would be the same in sidereal or tropical. What we have here is a Moon in a pretty slightly difficult position. The Moon here is going to feel lonely. It's going to feel like it's hard to lean. There are no planets dragging the Moon into an emotional connection with other people. It's a very, I should start talking about it on my channel. The good things that come when you have a planet in the 12th from your Moon and a planet in the 2nd from your Moon. I'm probably going to start teaching yogas at some point just so people can see the importance of that. So when there's no planets in the 12th or the 2nd from the Moon, and the Moon is with Ketu, we've got some difficult Chemadrumma yoga that's really going to cause difficulty for Venus Atmakaraka. Because Venus Atmakaraka is an important planet when it comes to relationships. Now, another thing that we would want to read about in this reading is that the Moon is in Mars's sign, debilitated. That's the third thing. Chemadrumma Moon, it's debilitated, and it's with Ketu. All three of those are difficult things for the moon. It's Kemadrumma, it's with the south node, and it's debilitated in Scorpio. Now, Rishab, I should say at this point that, when we're doing a reading like this, you have to understand that everyone has stuff like this in their charts. You've got some good things happening in your chart as well. And it's probably worth even mentioning it now. It's nice that the moon has a little bit of help from its friends. We have here, let's see, what would be the strongest planet in this? Yeah, so you've got a nice strong sun, which is very good. It's also going to be a little bit difficult that Saturn has tough Shadbala. But having the sun strong in Shadbala is a good thing for anybody. We have the sun here. I know I'm bouncing around, but it's good for me to mention some good things and not, there's always good things that help us to deal with the difficult things in our life. And one of the things that we have in this chart is that the sun is close to the 10th house cusp, and it's pretty strong by having that. We got a pretty strong sun here in the 10th house, although Venus is certainly causing difficulty for this sun. Its friend, the moon, is giving a little bit of an aspect to the sun as well. It's interesting that the sun is opposite Pluto. That's not necessarily a good or a bad thing, but it's going to bring energy to whatever's going on with the sun. But the sun being in the 10th house, it's a positive thing to have this sun pretty much placed the way it is. There's always many things you have to look at when it comes to a planet, but the sun and Jupiter both have great yoga power. That's Ishta Subha Dig. That's a Vedic thing that would take too long to explain right now. But the sun in this chart, along with Jupiter, is adding a little bit of the capacity to have the masculine strength to get forward and do what you got to do in life. And these are going to serve you well when you come into your Jupiter period, especially. Your Jupiter's not doing too bad, but there are some things that show that Jupiter would have a realignment and your Jupiter's going to learn about Dharma when you get to be 32 years old. From age 32 to age 50, you're going to be learning about Dharma, about a true relationship, what relationships mean. But before that happens, what's more important for you right now, while you're a young man, you're age 21, you've got lots of ways to think about what you want to do with your life, what you want your career to be, what you want to do with your energy, with your Dharma, with your path in life. So you got time to let that come through. And I think as time goes on, you'll be well served in understanding your path. The sun in this chart and Jupiter together are carving a sense of what I want to do with my path. One of the difficult things with your masculine energy is that Mars is with Saturn, and it's really wrapped up with the moon in this Parivartana yoga, and Mars is with Saturn in the sign of Cancer, where Mars is debilitated. So Mars is debilitated in Cancer, the moon is debilitated in Scorpio. Something worth mentioning here is that when we are born, there is a certain flow of planet emphasis. From age 0 to 1, the moon is emphasized. We're in the age of the moon, the period of the moon. From age 1 to 3, we're in the period of Mars. Then from 3 to 12, we're in Mercury period. Then from age 12 to age 32, we're in Venus period. Now, from age 0 to 1, that moon period, there's things that happen in the moon period that go very deep. And if we have difficulty with the moon, Thankfully, the moon has got some help from its friends, the sun, as well as Mercury in particular. It's got a little bit of delight there. So there would be some good things. You're not going to drown. You wouldn't have drowned in a super heaviness. But the moon shows some difficulties in your chart, which means that there might have been difficulties that happened from age 0 to 1. Maybe you might have felt abandoned by your parents. You might have felt like there was things that happened that you might not even remember that made you feel like unsafe. Like it's not safe for me to be free. It's not safe for me to be myself. And from age 1 to 3, this is the age of Mars, the terrible twos. From age 1 to 3, you might have also found, because Mars is in such a difficult place in this chart, that you also had some difficulty with things related to Mars. Right, so Rishab is telling us that your childhood has been not so good, least to say. You can only remember very little details from that time. It might even do you well to try and think, to ask your parents, to ask people of what might have happened. What was your life circumstances like when you were age 0 to about age 4? 3 or 4. That would have been the moon and Mars time. It's a very primal time where the strength of the person is set up. And this is the strength of our being as a being on planet Earth. Usually what's nice is that, it's around age 12 that we've settled. It's like we're in this vehicle, and at age 12, we've put suspension in the vehicle. So when there's a bump in the road, we've learned things. We've learned how to cope. We've learned how to adapt. By age 12, we've found ways, through Mercury especially, of learning how to adapt with our traumas, with our difficulties, with our pains, with who we are. From age 0 to about age 12, we don't have that suspension. We don't have that thing to help the vehicle go smoothly. So everything that happens from age 0 to 12 can be we're at a very vulnerable time. It's a very vulnerable period. And when you have the moon and Mars having difficulty in the chart, it can show that some things might have caused some perhaps traumatizing, difficult stuff at that very early age. So your parents got separated early on. You decided to stay with your mom, but your stepdad turned out to be abusive. So, especially, again, what's interesting is that we don't have too much issues with the male psyche here outside of Mars. Now, Mars is an important part of the male psyche, but when it comes to dharma and your destiny, you don't have too much trouble here. But Mars is very much, you're not allowed to do this to me. Mars is the protector. It says, you're not allowed to do this to me. I deserve to be treated fairly. I don't deserve to be spit on. I don't deserve to be abused. I don't need it. And I don't need it. And I can get away from it. And it's showing up against people who would oppress us. That's what Mars is there to do. And with Mars placed the way yours is, it's very likely, because it's especially in Cancer, it's wrapped up with the moon, there might be very primal things where you might treat people who abuse you as you might associate them with a mother energy. It's almost like the only way you might feel unconsciously that the only way to feel like you can have mothering from somebody or nurturing or support from somebody is if there is an exchange of abusive energy. Now, this is very stark. This is a very stark explanation. And it's not always going to turn out exactly this way. But it is important for you to recognize that you not only might find abusive energy associated with nurturing energy from another person, like from a woman, and possibly also father figures or anyone who takes care of you, but you might also unconsciously, it's good to be aware that you might unconsciously apply that to people in partnerships, like women, for example. Anyone who you're in partnership with, you might find this anger and this abusive energy coming through because you associated your stepfather with your mother who was supposed to nurture you. Because any woman that gets into your life is going to have nurturing for you as well, and you're going to nurture them. And so this energy is something that you should be aware of. And it might be especially difficult to be aware of this because you've got this Kemadrama yoga. You've also got Pluto in the 4th house. The 4th house relates in a lot of ways to this dark, deep, emotional realm, the private realm, the private realm of the soul. Now, Rishabh, it's good for you to be conscious of all these things and to recognize that the emotional sphere of consciousness is something that you can apply awareness to. For someone like you, with this abundance of this kind of stuff, you might do well. And, don't feel bad, because I tell this to, I got a lot of Scorpio in my chart, so I talk a lot about this kind of stuff. You might find that you would do well to experiment with different types of therapy and possibly even counseling, where you can work with somebody who moves through triggers with you. So that, for example, if you have a therapist and you tell your therapist, this happened at work, this person was bullying me, or this person took advantage of me, or this person has this higher position, and, you might experience, like they have jealousy of you or you have jealousy of them. Or if you're in a relationship, you can go to this therapist and tell them, why have I had these difficult experiences? What happened to cause the anger? And then you get angry and you move through it with your therapist. And your therapist says, okay, good, you're moving through the anger. Now you can guide it so that your anger can be aligned with appropriate actions that you can ultimately make harmonious with the world. Because you might have a lot of these angry triggers. And if you do, roll your shoulders back, breathe, and learn to move through this anger energy. You might do very well also with martial arts, emotional therapy, and also perhaps something like martial arts. And Robbie is also mentioning as well, Mercury is a huge part of this young age vulnerable place from age 0 to age 12. From age 3 to 12 is the Mercury period. And so this is an important planet for learning how to communicate when you feel like you're being taken advantage of, when you feel like you're being abused. And it's true that Mercury is a great asset, but you have to learn to use Mars. Learn to use your voice and your power through your voice, because Mars is a part of the voice that says, no, I don't want this to happen, or yes, I need this thing. So these are all important things to work through as a person with the possible signature that you have for your energy. Martial arts or yoga, physical training that involves you taking concentrated efforts at doing something. Now, the tricky thing is that Saturn is difficult in this chart, and it's with this Mars. You might even find that, let's see what you've got. I'm going to say this before I read what you said. It's because Saturn is in the 11th house, you might find as time goes on that one of the deepest keys, one of the deepest ways that you can work out some of the heaviest difficult energy in your chart is by applying yourself to some kind of success in life. Saturn is going to push you to make success in your life. For a Virgo, Cancer is the 11th house. Saturn being in that 11th house is going to drag you. You might even feel like your emotions, you're pushing through your emotions and taking all of your emotional energy and applying it to success in life. And what you've got to be very careful of is that can kill you. That can drain you. You don't want to use your emotions in this dark, scorpionic, emotional way of funneling your emotions like a scorpion's tail in order to make success in life. Because your success in life, it's okay to have success in your life, but you can't try to make it replace your emotional pain. You have to make peace with your emotional pain first. Then you will find that you will start to make peace in your success in your 11th house, the house of gains, of dharma. See how the 11th house is at the top of the chart? And it's slightly coming towards the first house, which is the house of ourselves. So the 11th house is a sensitive place to have these two planets. It's a sensitive, egoic place where it becomes very important for us to make peace with who we are. We partly do this by pushing to have success in our lives. But in this case, with Cancer, with the moon rules Cancer, and the moon is involved with this 11th house. It's going to be important for you to make emotional peace within your own emotional realm before you can make the best of your attainments in the 11th house. You've been a stay-at-home child, never went outside, and avoided going to school because you're always very scared to stay with a bunch of people. Yeah. Especially with Saturn and Mars in that 11th house. This is a house of friendship, of group associations, and it can be very painful to work out being stable, having a stable personality, having a stable ego, being a stable person within and amongst groups of people. As well, the moon and south node in the 3rd house. The 3rd house is like brothers, siblings, and teammates. You see, it's a trine to the 11th house, the 3rd and the 11th. And the 3rd house is pushy. It's using your voice in groups of people in order to bring clarity, in order to use your voice and be present. Now, really, it's very important for this chart that you're a Venus Amakarika and that the North Node is in Taurus. And that is something we need to think about and talk about in this chart. Eventually, at some point, working out Venus, being happy in relationships, seeking your value as a man, and working that out in a pleasant way is a key part of what needs to be worked out in this chart. And I would be spending a lot of time on that no matter what if I was doing a reading for this person. But again, some of the greatest insights that I find coming from astrology in general is the Parivartana yogas. And so, ladies and gentlemen, it's important for me to share these yogas, these Parivartana yogas, because I want everybody to see how important they are. Now, before we do, it's important for us I just want to see if I can see anything about... Venus, the 9th Lord, and Mercury in angles or trines, and in their own friendly. Oh my God! Venus and Mercury are also in a Parivartana yoga. That is a very special thing. It's tricky because neither of them have as much yoga power as we would like them to have. But it's interesting. You've got the Srinatha yoga, which has to do with the Lord of Sri Lakshmi, which is Vishnu. And this one's significant. Mercury Mercury is in Venus's sign of Taurus, and Venus is in Mercury's sign of Gemini. So we have now another Parivartana yoga between the 9th lord and the 10th lord. And this might be even more significant because it has to do with the Atmakaraka, Venus. So I hope everyone's following me here, because this is just worth explaining. Yes, it is a good thing, Rishab. It is a good thing to have the 9th and 10th lord in mutual yoga. Is he Virgo ascendant? Yes. Isn't there the 5th and 6th house yoga for it? 5th and 6th house yoga. I'm not sure what you mean there, Robbie. Let me know if you can clarify what you're asking there. But for the moment, just so everybody's paying attention here, Parivartana yogas is when two planets are in each other's signs. Now, in this chart, mutual angles, which makes Saturn benefic. Where's our Saturn? So Saturn is in the 7th from its own sign. I wonder if that's what you mean, Robbie. But there's no planets there, so the mutual yoga that we're talking about at present is when two planets are in each other's signs. Now, we have a difficult one, but an important one, involving the moon and Mars. This is important because of the south node in the sign of Scorpio, and that moon just being in general important for all of this stuff that we've talked about in childhood, which Rishab should really pay conscious attention to. Now, this yoga between the 9th and 10th lord is actually a better and more positive one. So I almost want to just steer into this a little bit, because I can see Rishab. You know, I'm a Virgo Swamsha. I tend to look at the difficult things in a chart, because that's where we can kind of get the most out of dealing with our weaknesses, dealing with the things that are the most difficult for us. That's why I talk about the difficult things in a chart. But let's take a moment here, and let's talk about what we see as being a positive yoga between Mercury and Venus, sharing a mutual exchange between the 9th and the 10th house. So there's two mutual exchange yogas in this chart, which is very interesting. So the 9th lord is an essential part of this, because that is Vishnu, who incarnates to reestablish law and virtue. So there's spiritual tendencies here. People with this yoga are usually responsible for establishing law and order, or regulating something of importance. It's because the 9th lord, which is Venus in this case. Venus, awesome, Rishab. No, you've got, again, everybody's got good and bad, but you're being a good sport here. But it's an awesome thing to have this Srinata yoga, which means Mercury and Venus are pulling into each other, where Mercury, through the 9th house, is bringing in the Dharma and the nobility. I'm sorry. Venus is actually the one. Venus rules the 9th house for Virgo. Venus, as the 9th lord, is bringing in some of this nobility, some of this spirituality, this religious sense of law and order, a goodness. Now, what's tricky is that you've got the north node here, which means you might think for a long time that I'm Mr. Goody Two-Shoes and that I'm going to do some good things and be a good boy. But this might take you away from the necessary lessons of the 3rd house and of Cancer and of Mars that's going on in this dark part of the chart involving your early childhood. You can't just be a good boy and do good spiritual things and ignore what has happened in your anger, in your childhood. Since a year or two, because of a significant woman you've met. It has its ups and downs, but no one knows about your relationship. Good. So, good. It's awesome that you're moving through this, But of course, every relationship is going to be an important way for you to tap into who you truly are. And you're going to need to learn eventually how to exercise dharma through this relationship. And the dharma is going to happen through Jupiter. And that's going to be also through this 9th house, which you've got some natural 9th house energy coming through you here. And that's a very positive thing. So I'm glad that you're coming into awareness of this. But yes, what's important for you, Rishabh, is to understand. So life is going to pull you into spiritual practices. And I think that you are going to want to do noble things for the world, for society. And the 9th Lord, Venus, being in the 10th house, there's going to be a desire to do good things and put you in the 10th house where all can see. So everybody can see you doing these good things for the world. And that's a positive thing. It's going to give you hope and faith and hope for yourself and a healthy sense of the world sharing the karma of being a noble person for you. Now, you don't want to do it for everybody's eyes. You want to do it quietly where only God can see. You want to do it because this is the right thing to do. If you do it for glory and fame, then it's not going to have the same magic to it because you're not doing it out of a sense of love. Love pulls us into, love is the ultimate wellspring of power because we love to do it. You can keep doing something if you love to do it. And the deepest love you can have is the type of love where I'm even willing to sacrifice for myself, for this happiness, for this good thing. That you can get through anything if you have that kind of love. Sixth Lord on mutual angle. The 5th Lord and 6th Lord on mutual angles. The 5th Lord and 6th Lord on mutual angles. I want to clue into Rabi for a second because I know where I am with Rishabh. Rabi, Saturn rules a malefic and benefic house. So yeah, so for Virgo rising, Saturn rules the 5th house, which is a positive house, and the 6th house, which is a malefic house. But since the 5th and 6th Lord on mutual angles, a good yoga making it benefic. Well, Rabi, the 5th and 6th Lord are the same planet in this case. And if I'm reading you correctly, there is some truth in what you're saying, Rabi. Saturn rules both houses. So there are some yogas where we say, this would only work, Rabi, if Saturn was involved with another yoga. We could probably find something in here. Let's see. If I can't, then that's okay. No, I can't. Let's say if Saturn rules the 5th and the 6th house. Let's say if we had a yoga between Saturn as the 5th Lord and the 6th Lord wrapped up with Mars. And let's say Mars rules the 3rd house and the 8th house. So both of those are tough. But if Saturn was involved in another benefic planet, there would be good yogas between that planet that rules that house. Like let's say if Saturn was wrapped up with Venus, Saturn would have the good qualities of the 5th house and the malefic qualities of the 6th house, but the 5th and 6th Lord would be at an angle to each other because Saturn is conjunct itself. It's a little bit confusing to describe. This is me and Rabi here. I'm just clarifying for Rabi some rather technical stuff, but it's okay because Rabi is a technical guy and he's always doing this stuff with me. But Rabi, what this is saying is the 5th and 6th Lord are in an angle from each other because when planets are conjunct, they're considered in the 1st house from each other, which is an angle. But Saturn is not really in an angle from itself. So the 5th and 6th Lord being in mutual angles to each other would be Sankhya, like conch shell yoga. And but we don't see that in Ernst's core yogas here. We don't see the conch shell yoga because Saturn isn't really in an angle to itself. It would need to involve with another planet. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, so it would just be a self-conjunction, which isn't really a yoga. You need 2 planets for it to be a yoga. If it's just one planet, Virgo rising isn't in an automatic conch shell yoga. It's not in the 5th and 6th Lord conjunction. It's the same planet and there's no other planet there, right? So thank you, Robbie. Thank you for asking about that. Now, Rishabh, let's go back to where we're at here. Mainly, we have this tough stuff, and what I wanted to say is that the world is going to call you, Rishabh, to work out the energy of the 9th and 10th house. To be a good guy. You love being a good guy, but you don't know if I do it for validation or from the heart. Can it be both? Also, I've become more religious, but I've kept it with myself only. That's cool. Your religion, this is why we call it really Kaivalya. A lot of people correlate it with moksha, but Kaivalya means the aloneness of seeing. And it means that our spiritual path only means something to us. And it's your sincerity to your quiet spiritual path that nobody sees is what really, that's the true energy that you're interacting with. This is real true 9th house energy. It's also correlated with the 4th house as well, which I think it's interesting because you have, what did I see here? Come on. I'm going to stick to what I'm trying to say. Yeah, the 4th and the 9th lords are in mutual angles to each other. So Jupiter and Venus are in mutual angles to each other. So you got the large drum, the kahala, which means you're happy to do your dharma quietly with nobody seeing it. It's like, in Christian religion, Jesus said, there's the people, the Pharisees and the priests who go out in their big robes and they say, hey, everybody, I'm very important and I'm going to talk about God for you all because I'm an important guy. And Jesus used to point his finger at those people and say, they're not doing it to quietly serve God. They're doing it to make a big show of it. So you're probably happy to be a good guy and to serve the universe. It's like you want to be seen, but not for the good deeds you do, but rather for who you are. Now, Rishabh, the thing is that here's how it's going to work. You have a life. You have a 10th house, and you're going to do what you do for your 10th house. And you're going to do it, and it's going to have some nobility to it. And no matter what, you've got the 9th Lord in the 10th house. You're probably serving the world. You're probably doing something for religion or for government or for the community. And you have an opportunity to be responsible for these things. Other people have other responsibilities. These are the responsibilities that are going to fall into your lap. And that's just a thing. That's irrelevant to what we're dealing with here. The fact is that outside of that, when you do what you're supposed to do, you do it with responsibility. You do it because it's the right thing to do, and you want to show up as a righteous person doing the righteous thing. So you've got the desire to be righteous, and you just also happen to have an arena, an opportunity where you can be righteous. So it doesn't matter if you get seen. It doesn't matter if people say, hey, look, that guy's doing a good thing. That doesn't cancel your intention. So don't be afraid of that. Your intention is to be a good person for the sake of being good. You go and do it. If people shake your hand and say, good job, you're a good guy, it doesn't cancel it for you. You can just say, thank you. I appreciate for being acknowledged for my opportunity to share the love and light of God. That's cool. Sick. Just let it roll. Let it flow through you. But this is the key point is, let it flow through you and don't stop it by any kind of, I think you're going to naturally, I don't have to explain this to you. I think that you're just naturally doing good things. What's important for you, Rishabh, and this is going to be the difficult thing for you. these good things that we're talking about with these positive spiritual things for you, what you have to be careful of is you don't want to do what's called spiritual sublimation. I wonder if you've ever heard that word before. When you spiritual sublimate, what it means is that you see everybody they've got the responsibilities to do good things in the world, and everyone's got their quiet roots in the bottom of themselves. And those quiet roots really don't have anything to do with what's going on out here. What you don't want to do is you don't want to ignore your anger, ignore your childhood trauma that we all kind of have at some level, ignore your emotional difficulties that you have in your relationships. If you just ignore those and say, I'm just going to, instead of working on those, I'm going to do good things for the world. I'm going to be a good guy. I'm going to make everybody shake my hand and congratulate me for being such a good guy. And you keep getting angry because this isn't satisfying your roots. You have to do what you do in the world and don't spiritually sublimate your anger by doing good deeds in the world. You have to meditate. You have to do the yoga. You have to roll your shoulders back. Take time when nobody's around. Nobody can see you doing it. Look into your third eye and bring the energy, your prana, from your root up to your crown and then back down. And this will cause you, when you do Kriya Pranayama like this, when you breathe energy up to your third eye, hold it, and then you bring it back down and you release your pelvic floor, if you've ever heard of that. You do this a little bit, and then you sit, and you might feel anger coming up. And when you feel that anger coming up, you write down why am I feeling angry, and you channel it constructively, whether it's through exercise, through martial arts, or with a therapist. You do all of these things to deal with that anger so that you don't mix it up and ruin your good yogas that you have with your noble character out in the world. And you need to find a balance between these two. And it's Ketu and Rahu are going to bring you through this balance in your life by flip-flopping you from one side to the other. Yes, Rishabh. Yes, you should face them. Don't kill yourself over it, but you have this anger. And the best thing for you to do is to practice self-realization, self-contemplation, and self-reflection. It doesn't need to be the only thing that you focus on. You can still go and do your things in the world. What your chart is calling you to do is, with the south node in the third house on the moon, and the north node in the ninth house of these good deeds at the top of the chart. This nodes are asking you to find a balance between your roots and your fruits. And what you might be inclined to do is say, okay, I'm going to neglect my responsibilities in the world, my fruits. I'm going to just neglect my fruits, and I'm going to spend years and years and years digging into my roots. I'm going to figure out the anger, and I'm going to deal with the anger, and I'm going to obsess over it. I'm going to only focus on this. And what's going to happen is you're going to neglect your fruits. You're going to neglect your job. You're going to neglect your responsibilities in society. You're not going to feel good because you're going to miss out on that positive spiritual karma that you have up there just by focusing on my anger. And it's going to go out of balance. Now, what's going to happen the other way is you could go, okay, now forget my roots. Now I just want to deal with my fruits. I want to deal with the positive yoga, my self in the world, all my responsibilities. I only want to focus on this and forget my roots. I only want to focus on this. And that will lead you into trouble too. You have to bring them together in a music. The bass and the treble coming together in a musical harmony. And there's no book, there's no manual, there's no script for this. Every single day you wake up, your nervous system is going to challenge you to balance them in a new way and in a different way. And you need to dance with this. You need to dance with the harmony between your anger of your childhood and the harmony of your spiritual yearnings for noble action in the world. And you can't focus on one or the other. I can tell my voice is getting chonky here. That's okay. You can't fully focus on one or the other, but you can sometimes. There will be times where it's like, okay, especially when the nodes are closer to one or the other, that's a good time for you to focus on it. So right now, the North Node and the eclipses in the North Node are happening in Pisces. Where's Pisces? Pisces is your 7th house. And right now, you're probably in the area of focusing on the North Node, building yourself up in the world. Next year, basically, the North Node, in transit I'm talking about, right? Right now, the North Node is transiting Pisces. When the North Node transits Aquarius, and then when the North Node transits Capricorn, that's the nodes are moving now. The North Node is moving more towards the bottom of the chart. So probably in maybe about 4 years or so, you'll be focusing more on your roots on the bottom. There's lots of factors that can move through these things in different ways. For now, it's okay for you to be of the world and up in the world, dealing with responsibilities, dealing with the nobility of this yoga. And then in a couple of years, you're going to be called to look more down into those roots. But it's never a bad time to look in those roots. Especially, I could say, Saturn is currently in the sign of Aries as well. So yeah, the worldly stuff is going to be calling upon you as well. It's a bit of a balance going here between the nodes going down and Saturn going up. Saturn in transit is in the sign of Aries right now. Pretty soon it's going to be up here with your North Node and Venus. So either way, yes, his North Node return, let's see. Yes, the North Node return happens when you're 18, right? Because the North Node takes 18 years to go around. So when you were 18 years old, the North Node was with Taurus and Venus up here. And so you're still moving through the energy of that. Being in a relationship with this person right now is bringing you out of your roots and out into the world where you can be appreciated for who you are in relationship. And that's part of what you're probably going through right now. So the main key is don't spiritually sublimate. Don't ignore your roots, but also don't obsess about your roots either. Finding a balance between these things is key. Now, it's 2:51 and we're almost, this has been a long video. What I'm inclined to do, we could read both of these yogas. We've already read a little bit about the positive yogas of the 9th and 10th Lord. And there's a lot there. What I'm more inclined right now is to give a little sense of the kind of dark, difficult work that you will need to deal with at some point when it comes to your childhood, when it comes to your anger, so you're not being taken advantage of by people. So you can have your boundaries and express your boundaries and your anger the way that you need to. And this is going to help you deal ultimately with your South Node in Scorpio. Because as time goes on, what we're about to read is going to play a very important part of your overall lessons in this life. Because the South Node is it's the thorn in our foot that we have to remove with another thorn. You have to come into realization of balancing your South Node. And in about 20 years, when you're in your 40s, this is going to be a key part of who you are. It's working out this anger and the stuff that happened to you in your childhood so you can make peace with your desires in the world in the 11th house. So this is what we're about to read. We have a yoga, remember everybody, for theory's sake. The moon is in Mars' sign of Scorpio, where it's debilitated. Mars is in Cancer, the moon sign, where Mars is debilitated. One of the reasons I'm reading this Parivartana Yoga, there's an exchange. Mars is in the moon sign, and the moon is in Mars's sign. These yogas are always blistering with relevance. And especially because the South Node is involved, this is going to be a very important yoga throughout Rishabh's life. Now, let's read about it. We have what's called a Kala Parivartana Yoga, where the lords are in a mutual 5-9 relationship, right? So this means that the moon is in the 5th house from Mars, and Mars is in the 9th house from the moon. And these are happening in Upachaya and Kama houses. Kama is air houses. So that's the 3rd house and the 11th house are both Kama houses, which are really two of the most difficult houses. And they're also called Upachaya houses, which means, thankfully, that they get better over time. So by the time you're 36, when your Saturn matures, this situation is going to look much better. Although you still have a difficult Saturn in your chart, so that's going to be a tough time when you're around 36. But they do get better. So this is something that's probably painful while you're young, but it's going to get better over time. That's a positive thing that we can look at here. Now, because of this pattern, it's a powerful combination of desire and effort, accompanied by a certain degree of good fortune, and this yields commensurate results. It's desire through the 3rd house, and effort. Well, really, desire through the 11th house and effort through the 3rd house. And there's a certain degree of good fortune here that will bring good results. This person has the courage to address large assemblies of people. And they may act as a spokesperson for an association or society. So it's like if you're, it's a secret society or some kind of big social group. You're the 3rd house for them, the actor, the organizer, the person who's on the immediate ground telling people what they have to do and helping to organize things for this 11th house, this bigger organization or group. This person's talented in entertaining large groups of people through speaking or performing. They take part in a group adventure, and they're a member of perhaps a musical group or a performing arts troupe. They may be ambidextrous, and they have a good musical ear. After a period of struggle, this person's ambitions are ultimately fulfilled, and their gains accumulate gradually. This person's a natural trader who makes money by taking calculated risks. Alternatively, this person earns money through the arts, writing, or technical trades. This person gains wealth through their siblings, who, yeah, that's right. Ambidextrous means you can like write with both hands. It has that kind of right hand, left hand, ambidexterity. And it also could mean that you're good at dealing with many moving parts in an organization or in a mechanical thing. Now, this person can gain wealth through their siblings who support his hopes and ambitions. His younger siblings pursue foreign travels. They have a close relationship with their siblings as children. So if you're an uncle, as time goes on, when you become an uncle, you might find that you develop positive relationships with your siblings' children. And you have many friends who are treated as part of the family. You might have a big sense of a larger family. Now, because this is moving Oftentimes these yogas will either give us some strong difficult reading or a strong positive reading. Because of the difficulty of Mars and the moon being debilitated, having the south node here and having Saturn here, a lot of the struggle that is being spoken of here is going to be very loud. And part of it is going to have to do, when you're dealing with large groups of people, you need to learn to use your voice. You need to learn to be emotionally stable and calm. You need to learn to exact your boundaries. You need to learn to use your voice when you know that something is not working. If you're going to be a small cog in a big wheel and you're a cog that's everyone, a whole group organization is centered around, then when you make a call, you have to use strength, force, and aggression in a positive, noble way in order for that call to be recognized as being important, which means that you need to deal with having your voice heard and recognized for its strength and its necessity in all of your relationships, in your private life, in your personal relationships, and in your family. And this stuff is stuff that you're going to need to work on for probably the next 15 years before Saturn matures at age 36. And even then, you're still going to need to work on it. Now, this is a key part of the whole reality of who you are. And as time goes on, I see. Damn, that sucks. As time goes on, this theme is going to carry out for you, and it's going to get easier over time. Now, thankfully, the 9th and 10th Lord Yoga is also going to be your whole life, that's going to be important because it is involved with your Venus Samakaraka. And we could go through further on that, but ladies and gentlemen, it is the top of the hour. We've done a long reading today. I feel really good about this reading. Like, Rishabh, you've got a great chart that has so many cool examples of things to move through. Now, I hope that you've enjoyed this reading so far. And if you're ever interested in getting any more from a reading like this, there's always more that we could get into. You can email me at astrology@dustincormier.com. Don't feel obliged to. You've got this video. There's already a lot for you to digest from this video. So take your time in digesting it. And thank you so much. I got to call it a day because I'm just realizing that it's been a crazy day and I got to go eat. And yeah, totally. I agree, Robbie. There's a lot there. Amazing. Thank you, Otessa. And thank you, everybody. We've got 15 viewers watching, and it's been a crazy day. And all of you have been such good sports in being a part of this reading with me. Now, for everybody watching, again, this is probably how we're going to do these readings for a while. As we can see here, we're probably going to continue doing these types of readings for a little bit, where you can read my new book, Thread, right here. It's so confusing because it's backwards. This is my new ebook. And of course, what's more important is that if you join by joining my email at dustincormier.com, I'm just putting this in here just so that we have it so you can see what I'm talking about. For anybody watching, you can join my email list for free at dustincormier.com/subscribe. Hello, William Lynn. Happy birthday. And by subscribing, you'll be able to check out my new ebook about dementia and mental health. Yes, that's a thread at the back of his coat. And that thread, that metaphor has a lot to do with what happens in the book. I don't want to give too much away, but the person in the book has memory problems. And the whole thread of their whole life, their whole memory, is fickle. And they don't want to lose their memory of who they are, because that is their life. That's their memories. That's everything that they remember about themselves. Because ultimately, in this cosmos, we are not our memories. We are the energy that moves through them. But Krishna reminds us that the life we live is a part of our soul, our memories, our joy, this immediate moment. Even though it's a spit in the pan of the infinite moving cosmos, every atom is still a part of Indra's net of experience. And so our life on earth is important. And that's partly what this book Thread is intending to teach. It's a cool psychedelic story. I hope you guys enjoy it. And if you want to check it out, you can go on to what we see here as dustincormier.com/subscribe. Now, the main point is that this book is just supposed to be a little taster. I've also got some poems in there, some very psychedelic poems that have to do with homeless people and people with mental health issues. This is an important theme for me in my life. And, you know, I have an empathy for anybody with mental issues. This book conveys this. And if you enjoy this theme, keep watching. At the end of this month, we're going to do another reading like this. And I think next month, we're going to do a fundraiser for mental health. And anybody can join. We're not going to do this whole subscription thing. It's going to be about giving money for mental health for people living with dementia and mental health issues and suicide issues and all these kinds of things. And all the money that you donate for a reading is going to go there. That's probably going to be next month in August or at some point. I'm going to try to get some fellow astrologers to come along and join me for that. But for our sake, thank you for joining my email list. Now that you're on my list, you'll be able to see when I write more writings, when I have more books, more new videos, and all deals and bundles coming through. It's been a wonderful time doing this with you guys. Let's call it a day. Let's go eat some food. I'm Dustin Cormier. This is How to Rock Astrology. Keep your eyes peeled. I believe at the end of this month, I'm going to try to have another reading like this, and you're going to be able to have another chance to get a free chart reading live with me. Blessings. Lots of love, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you, Otessa, Robbie, Cordy. Thank you to Rishab, Itzel. Thanks for being here as well. Thanks for everybody who's been hanging out. I'm in touch. I'll see you guys on the other side.